Good evening, VOD watchers. I don't know how long I'm going to keep acknowledging you as soon as I start streaming. What am I doing? Right, I'm sharing. What is up, Simple and Hawks? I always thought you were drawing girls. Hey, you couldn't if you tried, buddy. We're just drawing girlies tonight. That's what we're doing. Thank you, Hawks. That means a lot. Okay, do a Discord notification. No Discord ping. What's up, fried chicken? You gotta write the stories for these women and read it to us like a bedtime story. I'll actually try getting my favorite art streamers to say hi to you. I mean, if you want to, sure. I'm just gonna be drawing girls from whatever I feel like. This one with the pigtails, she's mine. I made her up. This is, if you can't tell, this is Princess Daisy, like from Mario. And then she's from One Piece. She doesn't even have a name. Her name, people just call her Baby 5. I think there's lore to that, but it's pretty tragic. Thought it was Harley Quinn. She's very Harley Quinn pilled. You're not wrong to think that. Harley Quinn was very much on the brain when I designed her. I need to actually do my Discord ping. Where's the sparkle? I always use the sparkle emoji. Why is it none of my recently used? I guess I always do an Instagram one. I don't think it matters that much, but I'm going to. Okay. I've done all my little postings and crap. That's actually We're just gonna hang out. We're just gonna be very chill, draw some girlies, and it's gonna be cool. Where to even begin? It's a good question. Where to begin? What's up, Kane? How's it going? You know what? I don't know who I'll draw first. Kind of my favorite girl right now. Stream I randomly joined full of femboys. I was very confused and don't wish to return. How did you find yourself there? Were you just like stream surfing? And that's just happened to be where your travels led you? What is that behind me? Well, my sheets are being washed right now, so I have Nito and my whiteboard up right now. I can bring the whiteboard if you want to see it. Because I realize that you can't see it very well. I don't think. Because it's really far back. I'm just gonna start putting random stuff on the whiteboard for like every stream. There's just more assorted girls on here. I can't even. Can you see the whole thing? My stream preview's a little behind. Kind of eats. Thank you. It's not the most comfortable shirt I own, which is why I have an undershirt. I sat on my Rex and joined. I'm not gay or a femboy. Why does it think I want this? I don't know, man. The algorithm has spoken, though. There's also a reminder to myself that I'm cutting down on the soda, so that's on there as well. Can you name all the girls on here though? They're not all mine. These two are mine, you know that. This one is too. What about these two? Can you tell who it is just by the whiteboard drawing? What's up, Mame? How's it going? It is Starfire. That one's pretty obvious, to be fair. You should know this, Bo. You should know this. I'm good, Mame. Thank you. Closer. There. I filled her hair in because it is on the red spectrum. If that's a hint that would get you to the answer. What's up, Paige? Come on, Bo, you can do this. I have a little figure of her in my room. I don't know if that would help you. Starfire, that's okay. Like I said, Starfire and this one are the only like licensed characters. These three are mine. I just wanted to draw them. Come on, Bo. I'm not going to say the answer until you give it a guess. You actually already commented on another thing that you could use as a hint. How's it going, Paige? What are you up to? I haven't heard from most of y'all in a while. My brain is fried. We're heading back to camp. Do you want me to just say? I could just say the answer. Just woke up from a nap. Hell yeah. Was it a good nap? Yeah, today's the day. I guess yesterday, I think, was the day that they were meeting up. I think I know, but I'm gonna let you say first. We'll give it time. No, I didn't end up going, Paige. The fact, like, I'm still trying to find a job, so it wasn't really in the cards for me. I've just been too, I've just been too stressed. I just decided I just don't want to go anymore. Like, this is not the time that I want to be going on, like, an out-of-state trip, even if it's with some friends. Me too, low-key. Yeah, you get it. Sometimes it's just not. Sometimes it's just not, you know? Sometimes it don't work out. These need to be thicker. I'm gonna start doing more out of these Thursday streams. Like, I know last time it was just like the random sketches. I'm not gonna do that on Sundays anymore. If we're just gonna do like random sketching, that's gonna be a Thursday thing. And Sunday will be the usual art request day. Don't remember? It's okay. It's Nami. I wanted to draw someone from One Piece, so I just drew Nami. If I had more time, I was thinking of adding like little bits next to each of them. But I was like, nah, I'll just draw their little portraits. And you know it? Nice job. I'm gonna try to have a diverse cast because Nami's on there. I drew Baby 5 on the thumbnail, so that's already 2 One Piece characters. There's 3 of mine on the board. One of them on the thumbnail, another one I'm doing right now. My father has entered the chat. What? Why are you being formal? Why are you calling me Spiggins? Papa Parents. Yeah, Kane, it is not clickbait, my dad. He pops in every once in a while. The one and only. I don't know what it is about Millie that I like so much. I don't see. He's in chat. Not in my room. You see Ryan in chat? That's him. Oh, you know what? I know what I'm going to do with this page. This first page is going to be, we're going to be doing sharp teeth. Usually, yeah, he's usually working, can't interact very much. I'm here to be in the background. Socket, so she can customize. She has the earrings, but they're gonna get covered up anyway. Why do I always draw her at this angle? I'm not good at drawing at this angle. This is the second time I've drawn her at kind of this angle. Off, but it's tucked behind her ear so you don't see the rest. I would draw her little guy Chirico, but this is a girls only stream. There will be no fellas drawn on the stream. We're only drawing girls tonight. What is up, Ethan? Computer, make her bald. As it should be. Yeah, who's gonna complain? Who's gonna stop me? What, am I wrong? I don't think so, Buster. Buster Brown. Man, I love women. Hey, listen. Me too. In an entirely wholesome way. Listen, this is a this is a women appreciating stream. Where was this back in March? I wasn't really doing this in March. I wasn't just free drawing. In March, it was up to the people what I drew, always. It was never up to me. So how about that? Why weren't more people telling me to draw women back in March, huh? Back when it was up to you guys what I was drawing every time. Thursdays, sometimes it's gonna be up to me on a Thursday. Sometimes I'm taking the power back on Thursdays. Sundays, you can still tell me to draw whatever you want me to, but... First of all, there's this medic in our LARP who openly admitted to liking me out of character. I've never been a bit sad to reject someone, you know? It'd have been better if it was a guy. I would not care. Yeah, that sucks. Why would you even do that? Chat, does he know? What, did this person not know? Did they not know that you're that you're not on the market, as some would say? You're already happily with somebody else? It's a really unfortunate situation. I love my problematic queen. She's so pretty, bro. Oh man, but she was sweet about it and she apologized. Oh, I see. I guess I could see him being a little annoyed at her, but I guess if she was cool about it. That's not the worst way it could have gone, for sure. Shade eyes because they're out of her head. I've never, the like archetype in media of like crazy girl, I always just find them annoying. But apparently it took me making one myself for me to be like, she's kind of cool. I really like Millie a lot. I guess it kind of depends on how crazy, because like especially in anime, crazy girl is usually like too crazy, and I'm like, this character's like annoying to me at this point. Yes, be at least a bit thankful. Low key, my character almost died to a mutant, and she saved me. Well, call it even, I guess. Okay, we're gonna do sharp teeth girlies on this page, I think. That's what I'm thinking. I can't think of that many from stuff that I consume, but there's one, and this is a pretty obvious one, and then another one of mine. I wonder what your OC with the fresher face. But I must depart a moment. I'm getting cigarettes and a Red Bull. My gosh. Speed running to the early grave with that combination. Just inviting. I figured it wasn't for you, but that's an invitation. That's like that's like taunting the Grim Reaper. Is having both of those things at the same time. Like, oh, I bet you wish you could get me. Oh man, look at what I have. Kalita from Zenless Zone, she has sharp teeth. You know what? I wouldn't be opposed to a character that I don't know if I like them. I'll look her up. I've seen some Zenless Zone designs, and I think they've got some good designs in that game. This feels too masculine. She's very wide. I don't know why I made her so like wide and big. Like sure she's strong, but this is not what she looks like. Man, the music that I listen to while drawing on stream is so different from what I've been listening to when I'm drawing lately. It's partly because I'm drawing like my necromancer stuff. So sort of the music that just kind of fits is all very like, how would I even describe it? I guess it's more sinister. Like I need a reference for this at this point. Sort of the one that I kind of, because you know, I'm the kind of, I have weird brain. When I'm drawing a character, particularly like one that I really like, or I'm like having fun drawing them, I like to find music that just like makes sense for the character, you know? Like, I want music that fits the vibe of the character. So since it's like they're like it's like a kingdom of like necromancers. It's like a, you know, like if you could imagine the archetype of like a dark king and like dark like fantasy races. Like imps, like harpies, like monsters and like creature things and like dark magic and stuff. Do it on the daily gives me brain power to do more. Yeah. So kind of the running thing that I listen to just kind of regularly is one of the openings for the anime Overlord. That show has really good openings. But specifically Hollow Hunger is such a good song. Like, I don't care if you watch anime, if you have any interest in that show, you should go listen to that song because it's really good. And it has such just the vibes of that song. I listen to that song when I'm like doing Elden Ring boss fights too, because it's just such a good vibe. But I kind of in trying to draw Millie, this character, no one I know listens to that song. It's so good. It's one of my favorites of all time. So I was saying like Millie is like very much a crazy girl. So when I was trying to design her like big, because for all of them I'm doing like a big piece that I'm really trying to push like the limits of my own abilities and improve myself while I'm drawing these. For hers, I was sort of trying to get in that like crazy girl mindset, I guess, and I just stumbled upon a song that's like, I don't even think it's like recent. When is it even from? Now I need to look. It's I dabble in Vocaloid songs. Like when they come up, I think they're cool. I found one. Is it? Wait, is it recent? I thought it was old. I was reading the YouTube comments and I thought it was old. Is this new? Oh, this is new? I had no idea this just came out. The song Execution Clap echoes stupid hard. I was listening to that on repeat when I was drawing Millie. That song goes stupid. You want boutique lore? What can I say about boutique without spoiling things? What images can I show of her without spoiling things? I have the sketch that I shared. This is her like profile when I was concept sketching. I did draw her in the last stream too. I drew all the necromancer girlies, just little ones. This one she actually has the crack in her face. So the story with boutique is I mean, I'll say it. So she's possessing a doll. And the reason that she has to possess the doll is because in the I don't even have like a name for this kingdom, so I really just call it like the Kingdom of Darkness. The like Necromancer Kingdom. She's kind of like a teacup. She's like a porcelain doll. Like I drew her. When I shade, I usually make sure like you can see she's like shiny. Because she like makes dolls. That's what she does. But what happens is in this place, the imps, which is any of the characters that have horns, there's not really a lot of camaraderie between them. Like they tend to always be butting heads, and they're not nice to each other. Like at a base, like there's a lot of just like bullying and whatever. I don't know if prejudice is the right word, but you kind of just if you like exist in that space, you just know that they're always causing problems for each other unless they're like you're in with their group. So Bo and Millie are friends, kind of. Millie's a bit too extra, I think, for her, but that's just sort of the dynamic that they have. Bo gets pushed out of a window really high up because this is like a castle. So she goes all the way down like a spike right through her head. And since the whole place is corrupted with dark magic, like necromancy magic, she doesn't just die. Her soul comes back, but it ends up going to one of her dolls. Which is why she's in a doll now. But I wanted to reflect that. I wanted to show that in her design, that like aspect of her, which is why she has the hole there. Like any damage you can see on the doll is kind of supposed to be reflective of the damages that her real body suffered first. It's like, it gets pretty dark with this stuff. This is probably like the darkest part of the story that I've written. Live, laugh, love, porcelain OCs. But yeah, I did when in all my sketching with Millie's stuff, there was a reference to that in those drawings, which you'll see eventually. But I'm working on. I have not done anything beyond the concept sketching for Zuli just yet. I've only done the concept sketching for Zuli currently. And then it's one drawing but two characters that like work together after her. And then I think I might do one more bonus one. And then I can finally show all of these. Like the completed works. Her lore is very tragic too. I don't know if I want to get into it right now, but for pretty much all of these characters, they've all kind of got a lot of issues of some kind to varying degrees. And some of them you can see it in their personalities, some of them it's not as obvious. Okay, let me freaking draw Power. I'm drawing Power next. I love Chainsaw Man. I love Denji and Power specifically. And Power also has the like shark teeth, so I'm drawing Power. And I'll look up that Zenless Zone character. And then I'm gonna add another one of my own. Aki fan? Aki's pretty cool. I think all the Chainsaw Man characters are cool. I think they're all likable. All like the main ones. However, I do fear Makima fans. People who are like Makima fans, they scare me. That is a scary person that you should be careful around. Why? Because she's freaking scary. She's pretty cool, but she's like, I don't know. Knowing like the plot of the story, like I kind of know things that happen later on. Like I haven't read it, but I kind of know things that happen later on in the story, and I mean, you can already see it in what's animated, but I don't know. I do like her. She's cool, but like I don't know. I think it is just like the yeah, when I can have like a different character as my favorite character, it's probably not going to be Makima. But it's only for like the same reason that like Doflamingo wouldn't be my favorite One Piece character. Like even if I like you and I think you're cool, there's something wrong with you. So you are like you're on the list, but you're not going to the top of the list. You are not going to be my favorite character because you are screwed up. That's just me though. That's how I like rank characters. Gonna drop some Rage Bait games in the channel. Go for it. I've never played one. I'd be interested to do that. I am joking about the Makima stuff. It's Makima simps that actually scare me. But if you just think Makima's cool, I agree with you. Makima is cool. But Makima simps scare me. People that ship Makima and Denji, those people like actually scare me. Like I wouldn't want to meet someone who does that. Like I would be concerned for my safety if I met someone who genuinely does that. Good God. Like stay far away from me. Yeah, lock them up. Into the cellar they go. You know what we're talking about? That's fine. We're just talking about anime. It's not an anime. We're just talking about Chainsaw Man. If you don't know Chainsaw Man, You're missing out, but that's cool. What's wrong? Time to go down to the basement, bring the buckets of cheese, waterboard him in cheddar. I'm the... What are you talking about right now? What is... And now I don't know what you're talking about. Now I'm the one who's confused. What is the... What expression am I trying to do right now? I don't even, like, know what it is I'm trying to draw. I guess kind of this. A line in a hypothetical book I'm writing for a character be rest in piss as his last words for the enemy. Hostile pasta. Can I get like a... Can I zoom in on one of these images without it getting a low res, please? Oh my god, my phone is tweaking right now. She has cool eyes. Let me see what her eyes look like so I can draw her cool eyes. I have to go to a wedding in a couple days after LARP, but I still can't decide on what would be a good gift. That's a crazy, like, week that you have going on. That sounds baller. I'd be freaking stoked. I've only ever been to 2 weddings that I can think of. One was for a good family friend, or 2 good family friends, and the other one was my uncle's wedding, which I got to be a part of. My brother and I were 2 of his best men, or his groomsmen. Sus? What's sus? I won't stay for long, we hate functions, but I love free drinks. Fair enough. That's been part of my character development over the past few years, is that I went from a hater of functions to a give me more functions person. Like, I need socializing now. I've become a bit of a an extrovert over time. I still tend to like retreat and prefer to be by myself when I need to like unwind and recharge, but I'm kind of at more of a social like baseline than I used to be. But I used to be like, I'm not going anywhere, and if I do, I'm not gonna be happy about it. Even like vacations, I'd rather just be at home and have time off than go on a vacation. The bride unironically makes the best margaritas. She has a bar stand for the event. She's gonna tend to herself. Ooh, that's really cool. This is like, I like this. I like this expression. Be there for 2 hours max. Our social batteries just decide we don't want to be here. Let's go home and play games. The life of an introvert. Even if I want to be where I'm at, sometimes it just gets to be too much after a while. Of course, you gotta have this. It's important. This is her. This is she. I think. In my humble opinion. See, if we're talking crazy girl, this is more my style. If we're talking crazy girl, this is what I'm thinking of. She's like a little off her rocker, but in like a fun way. She is such a vibe. I love it when I enjoy it when there's two characters that I really like, and yet I simply just prefer it when they're together. Like individually they're likable, but I really mostly just like them because of like when they're together. Not even like romantically, like platonically. It does not have to be romantic. They're just two likable characters who are even more likable. Like, I guess I just enjoy when an author is good at like character chemistry. I really like this so far. this is definitely her. I look at Power and tell myself, damn, why isn't she my character? Do I have characters like that? I'm trying to think if there's anyone where it's like, I feel like this is for me. Like, this was specifically made for me. I don't know if I can think of any. Off the top of my head, at least. They're probably in One Piece. If they exist, they're definitely in One Piece. Alright, this is pretty awesome. I'm really happy with this one, actually. She looks awesome. I did better than I thought I was going to. Like, when I'm, like, more than just satisfied when I've drawn something, I'm like, okay, I must have done pretty good then. If I'm, like, impressed with my own work... I'm easy to please, except when it's myself. Favorite part about character design is when the concept looks so uncommon. What do you mean by the concept? When just like visually they're like already a very distinct character? Like recognizable, but like well made and also recognizable. Because that's what you're talking about. I agree. Like person characters with broken parts, unique patterns in hair and stuff. I try to do that, but I feel like sometimes the like initial concept for something is always the simplest part, but sometimes that initial concept is so strong in my brain that I can't do much to make it more. It's like, I really like that too. I would really like to make characters where it's like, wow, I've never really seen this before. Not even specifically just for design either. Like, if I can just make characters where if you were to hear like their lore or something, you'd be like, wow, that's a new idea. Or even just like a power, like an ability they have. If I can come up with stuff that's like interesting, then I'm doing what I set out to. I have a few. There's like a few characters where I'm like, at least in my brain, I don't know anything like this. Or even if it is similar to something that exists, I at least came up with it myself, not based off of anything that already exists. I had to update my cat girl persona and just randomly decided to add a box as a hat. I thought, oh my god, I'm a genius. That does sound pretty cool. It feels so natural to your style. You're so right. I don't know what it is, but like, when did I start doing this? I started doing this like extremely recently, and I was like, hey, this doesn't look half bad. And so I started doing it all the time, and I think it's a lot better than when I was just like flat shading. There's just something about the sort of like manga slash comic-y feel that it gives to things that I like. Alright, that was pretty awesome. I think that's a really good power. Considering I've also never drawn power, I think that's pretty good. Picture's always like really good for art in general. I'm really glad you're adding it since not many people actually do it. It feels like the next level. Like I think I've gotten a lot closer to really nailing down my like style, like, you know, just the way things look, where, you know, you look at these two and it's like, particularly power, it's like semi-realistic but still like cartoonish and a bit exaggerated, kind of like anime, like especially particularly like more recent anime like JJK. Like, you know, One Piece is very much not realistic at all, but like ones like JJK, the proportions and everything, it's more like standard real life stuff. I think that's just sort of how I naturally do things. And so the sort of like simple hatching and shading, I think, just lends itself to that. I mean, it makes sense for me too, because anime and manga was really only a thing I really got into in high school, but I've always been into comics. Marvel and DC were like my lifeblood as a child. I've just talked many times about how many times I've drawn Venom over the years. I have to piss really bad. I was gonna try to get through the rest of this conversation, but I have to piss really bad. That's why I've just been sitting here. Anyway, comics. I think I would still be way into comics if Marvel and DC were putting out anything good lately. But all the movies are terrible. They're not. There's really not really any other projects to go off of unless I want to start investing in the actual comics. But even those, from what I can tell, are still not quite at the level that they used to be, so why even bother with that? That's why anime is the thing for me right now, because they're just not doing it like they used to. Yeah, we also just don't get too many animated, like, movies and stuff. Like, look at this. This was one of the best. I was so excited to get this. When I would see a new Venom Lego set, it would literally, like, everything in my body as a kid and as like a teen would be like, I have to have this as soon as possible. There's more. Like, I got all my old Legos back here, and there's more big Venoms. And let me see if I can find one, actually. There's a really cool one that I'm really glad that I have. Don't mind the mess of laundry. Ignore that. Get to it. Freaking bed sheet is too big. My dad gave me this bed sheet for the winter time, but I can't. There's nowhere for me to put it now. It's too big. Five runes is definitely not enough. Those better be great runes if you want all my Venom stuff. Oh no, it's right here! Look at this. How cool is that? What a freaking beast. What a cool ass Lego. This is also why I used to work with Legos so much. This Lego is so cool. I don't think Lego has really gone down in quality. Not noticeably, but they're so expensive. The last time I got a Lego was for Christmas. My buddy got me these, which was really cool, but they're freaking expensive. The passion is just kind of not there right now for Legos. Like, I still have a couple that I've had for a while. I just haven't opened them because I don't feel like it. This was another Christmas gift I just haven't opened yet. And I bought this myself. I've just been sitting on it for like 1,000 years. I was thinking about dating my boyfriend so he can imitate the voice really well. I'm not gonna lie. I can't. I'm freaking bricked. Venom voice is really fun. Why do I hear Eminem all of a sudden? Okay, who's the Zenless Zone character? I know there's literally a shark girl. But I don't think that's the one you're talking about. Let me look this chick up. Yeah, this is a different character. Oh, I've seen her before. She's cool. Oh, she's really cool. Ooh, this is for me. This is a design for me. Yes. Speaking of designs that are for me, she looks so cool. Yeah, Jane Doe's the shark one. You know who this is making me think of? Tinkaton. Now, Tinkaton is a design for me. They made that for me. When they dropped that, I don't know if I know this is the kind of Pokemon that's not for everyone, but it's for me. This is everything. I saw this. I saw the little ones and I was like, I don't know what the hell it is, but keep it away from me. But then I saw this one and I was like, dude, I have to get this. They made this for me. Little character with big weapon is everything. That's what made me like a diehard Revenant main in Night Rain. Is because of the frickin' everyone always just gives her the biggest weapons they can find. Oh, I forgot. Her eyes are bland. I'm gonna spice it up a little bit. I need to do the same thing for you. It is a peak trope. It's awesome. And she's like a tinkerer. Ah, dude, I love that's another one that I really like. Like tinkerers, like techies. I drew one of my like oldest OCs. She's a techie. She loves animals and technology. Gwen Kind. She loves animals and tech, like robots and machines and stuff. She's one of my faves. I haven't drawn her in a while. I'll draw her tonight. Back when I was a teen, that was like Little Spiggins making his like dream girl was when I made her. I won't lie. I can call myself out. I can be real. That was, at the time, that was why I designed her the way that I did. Okay, she's really, I like her. I like Kalita a lot. Oh, she's so cool! She looks like a frickin'... like a gremlin machinist. A machinist who's like a frickin' creature. And that's awesome. Two things that I like quite a bit. I've been wanting to make a character who's like cutesy girl with giant weapon, but it's hard because I have one of two options. Option one, no, I have three options. Option one, make her a side character in one of the many projects I already have. I don't want to do that. I feel like once I design her and like write her, I'm gonna like her too much. So two, put her in the main party of one of my stories. Not a great idea still, because they're all at like max capacity for like I simply should not put any more characters in here. And the third option is make a whole new story for this character. Where am I gonna find the time to make another freaking whole world just for one character? Fair to say that Bo reminds me of Gwen from League. I think she's got like blue, like twirly hair, right? I don't know League that well. She's got like twirly hair. Gachi Akuta? Who? Which character? I'm actually not even caught up. I need to finish like watching through that. I was watching with one of my sibs. That's the chick, right? The one with the scissors? She's pretty cool. I like her. Big scissors. I have a guy with big scissors. Kylo. He's a freaking he's like a barber. He cuts hair. He has like a giant pair of like Kill la Kill scissors that he fights with. He styles hair for other people, but does nothing with his own hair. That's his like whole deal. Dream cosplays for sure after Helldivers and Firekeeper. Firekeeper would be so peak! Those are both peak cosplays. Helldivers and Firekeeper? If I could ever like afford to do like a Souls cosplay, this feels like an easy answer, but I think it would be like Artorias. I feel like I'm such like a... I feel like such a... My... How do... What am I... Speak! Damn it! The contrarian in me is like, Artorias is too obvious of a pick. Like, he's too popular of a character. That would fit me. I'm curious why that fits me. What is it that you know about me that tells you Artorias would be like a pick? I can see it in the eyes. He's like a wholesome guy. It's hard for me to not enjoy a character when they just sound wholesome and whimsical. The same thing with Radon. And it's why I stand by the fact that Radon, that in spoilers for frickin' Shadow of the Erdtree, I don't think Radon's in his right mind. Everything I know about him is... It doesn't have anything to do with like his like him being like a wholesome character or whatever, but since we're talking about him, that's my opinion. Who else would I cosplay from Souls? If Helldivers helmet's on the way, just need the armor. That's so cool. I'm jealous. You got the streamer jealous. I do really like her design. I'm glad you told me to check her out because she's very cool. She's me coded. I could, yay! I could borrow them. No, no, no. Oh, I have to get my own. It wouldn't feel right just using someone else's. Yeah, I'd have to swim overseas, but you know, the things we do to look badass. It's freaking cool, dude. This makes me want to... Just seeing her, I'm like, now I want to play. Like, damn it, do I have to play a freaking gacha game? I couldn't even play it the right way. It's not like I'm going to actually, like, spend money on it. So what would even be the point in me playing it? Just to hope that I get, like, this character. There's other characters that I've seen that I think are cool, but... I don't think I'll watch you again if I see you play gacha games. No, I don't think it would happen. I had a friend try to get me to play Genshin, and we didn't even play together. Like, I played it for like a couple hours, and I was like, this is lame as hell, and then didn't touch it again. Before we even got the chance to like co-op, I was just like, no. It's okay if you like Genshin, but I don't need a game designed with me spending my money in mind. If I have to spend money to get the cute girls, I'll just find a game that lets me get the cute girls for free. Or as part of the package. Not play for free, but get the girls with your money. The people I know that unironically play it are most people that don't have computers or anything better to do. That really was like a huge brain play, was getting gacha games on mobile. That's where all the gambling addicts are, is on like frickin' mobile. Oh no, these are like, oh, yeah, she's free. I mean, I'm still, I'm not gonna play it just for her. If I want to see her some more, I can draw her some more, or like look at art or something online. What's up, kitty cats? Or better games. Let my gacha addict friend try Sekiro and he went, I'm so sorry, you're right. I will say, I saw the like trailer. It just like appeared in my YouTube feed for some reason. But I just saw like the like announcement or like trailer for Bernice, and I think she's cool too. And I liked the trailer. I liked that video. My brother graduated from boot camp today. Hell yeah. Congrats to your brother. I think we've already established that Bernice is also very me-coded. At this point. You have to play the game consistently to get her and other peak characters, and she's an S rank agent. Truly based switch up. Didn't get to see him. Will you get to soon? At least? If nothing else? I shouldn't have done that. You may not recognize me at first, but I assure you it's still me. It's him! That's what he says in the game! That must be him! It's the real Springtrap in my chat. That's crazy. Won't see him for 5 months. Hey, listen. That's still... You're closer than you were before. Whatever that means. Oh, you don't get it, apparently. I figured it was Spin Master. I've never seen anyone else come in here LARPing before. How's it going, Spin Master? I don't think it... What do you mean you don't want to get it? It's Five Nights at Freddy's. You're telling me you don't want to... You don't want to get the joke? It's from the last good game. It's from the last game before it started going to crap. I'll stand by that statement too. Pizzeria Simulator is my favorite one out of the entire franchise. More like lame Nights at Freddy's. Boo! Tomato, tomato. Boo! You stink! Bring this up a bit more. I'm not gonna be baited into arguing about lame Nights at Freddy's. I drew all over myself in class. What did you draw? I'm not sacrificing bow to steel wool. I'm not sacrificing anything to steel wool. Why would I give steel wool anything? All they've done is water down my childhood into something that's actually for children. They took my childhood franchise and made it not interesting. I had beef with my nephew because I jokingly said FNAF is boring and overrated, and he got personally offended. See, I'd never do that. I would never fall for such obvious rage bait. Couldn't be me. King Julie, why am I tied to a stick? Yeah, I'm a sacrifice. Speaking of childhood, remember the novel graphic dub? Like for the Five Nights at Freddy's novels? I think I might have... I mean... I only kind of interacted with those, if that's what you're talking about. I really gotta go now. Good night. See you, Bo. It has been a pleasure chatting with you. I can draw Bo if you want tonight. so that way she can show up in the Discord. I've already drawn Millie, I might as well add Bo to the list. The first three had an entire dub. I think I listened to some audiobooks, because I think I read the first one, but then I couldn't afford the other two, so I like listened to audiobooks of them. You know, MatPat would friggin' talk about them, so of course I was invested in them. I was like, I gotta be updated so that I know what he's talking about. They were like fine. The reader was like not bad, but the books themselves were just kind of like whatever. I know what you mean. Like I'm assuming like a fan dub of the series. I'm not familiar with that though. I was playing a game at like 10 yesterday, so I could post some gaming stuff midway through. I passed out still on the game. I can't do that. I can't sleep if I'm not in my bed, like, for the purpose of sleeping. It just doesn't work. I was really shocked when Charlotte wanted to be a robot. Yeah, they had a lot of interesting stuff going on there. And I feel like now Steel Wool is just taking that. I don't know how much is of the recent stuff is all Steel Wool and how much is still from like the stuff that Scott Cawthon has worked on, but I feel like we're running too far with ideas that didn't need to be extrapolated anymore. Can't switch to my main account because I'm on a different device. My device is fixing. I know that Help Wanted and Forward was their first game, but I'm pretty sure Scott is still partially involved in some stuff behind the scenes. I just don't know how much. Like, he's not working on the games anymore, really, but I think, at least to a certain point, there was stuff that he was still kind of involved with. Like, I think he was, I don't know if he still is, but I think he worked on the books for a while still. But like I said, I haven't kept up to date with anything since he stepped down from being the main guy, so I don't know. For a fact, he took the movie ending from the Silver Eyes ending. They're definitely trying to go for more of the novel vibes for those movies than the games, which is probably why part of the reason why I'm so not interested in the movies. Time to use an eraser to slowly erase my skin in class. My friends had to grab me, so I didn't make it to the point where yeah, that's W friends. You should definitely not do that. Yes. I love characters that like technology but also have animal themes. There's a character from Fire Force that's like that too. He like makes tech and gadgets, but they're all like animal themed. He's pretty sick. My new nickname is Depresso Espresso. Are you psycho and bad? Some people just have odd, like, tics and behaviors. I think for a lot of people, it can be, like, vocal. For some people, it is physical, and if it's something like that, it can get a little over the line. No, I'm mentally and insane. Today committed culinary crimes. What did you do? What did you do in the kitchen? Steak sauce and macaroni. That doesn't sound bad, though. Like, I feel like there's at least potential. Maybe it's not good still, but I feel like at face value, that's not bad. Have you ever had, like... I don't know if there's a name for it, but it's like chili macaroni. It's kind of similar. Because you'd have like chili powder, like the chili and like the chili powder, chili flavors. But with like macaroni. And that's pretty good. That stuff is good. For breakfast, boiled eggs and ketchup. No salt. That's not uncommon, so I'm not faulting you for that either. Her hair kind of looks like she's got like a little flame on her head. It's pretty neat. She got really cool, just an avalanche of hair. He used to put ketchup on pizza? That's a bit strange. Well, I've still heard weirder things. It's not entirely wrong, though. Like, Spin Master's right, it's kind of valid. It comes from the same place as, like, you know, your usual, like, marinara Italian sauce. It's all coming from a tomato. It's just really, I think what it's really missing is all the, like, spices and stuff that they put in it. Seasonings. This chick is cool. I like her. She's very me-coded. Ate a ruffle with mustard. It was nasty. This was freaking disgusting. That doesn't sound good. And I have, in desperation, eaten like plain potato chips and ketchup, and that was pretty pathetic, but so I get you. I eat lead sometimes. Don't. That's not good. That's really bad for you. We need Makima in the canvas. Oh my gosh. We were just talking about her. I can draw Makima. This page is for sharp teeth. I drew Millie, who's one of mine, who I've been obsessed with, and I drew Power. And then I was recommended this one. I've been working on it for quite a bit. There's one more, if I can make room for her, there's one more of mine that I want to put on here too. Welcome back, Mame. This is like all over the place. I'm just gonna put her back. She's really cool though. I'm a big fan of this design. I'm glad you like her. I do too. She's really sick. This is a peak design. This was, like I said, this was made for me. For sure. Silver's graphics sucked, not gonna lie. Well, I feel like I wouldn't do a much better job, to be fair. I don't have anything to go off of. Would you even say she's that interesting of a character? Is she a character that you want fan art of? Like, I feel like it's not even a character that I'm like, I would like to draw art of her. I want to portray this character. I'm just like, well, that was an interesting story. I'm never going to think about that again. Not because it was bad, just because I don't care about it. You rethink. I could, but it's probably gonna be a bit different from anything else that I do, just because of the nature of that character. Because like I said, there's nothing to go off of. I'd have to like redesign her, and that's not really something I know how to do. Like, I could draw a character in a more stylized way, but I've never tried to like redesign someone before. Since you don't seem to like the design that they gave either. You don't seem too keen on it. Transformers, they have a... Ugh, oh gosh. A character that would be probably difficult to design? Okay, how about a character that would just be difficult to draw? They do, it's true. There's a lot of cool Transformers and cool female Transformers. If I'm only drawing like the profile, it would be easier for me. I don't have to draw a whole freaking machine. So it wouldn't be the worst if I did try that. Okay, someone's got to shrink so I can make room for Kiara in here. I'll shrink Millie down. I don't want to shrink Power anymore because she's too cool. I think she came out really nicely. Let's put Polita over here. Power this way. No. I feel like I've put myself in a corner. I don't have room. Let's shrink everyone. I'm gonna try to put them all on this canvas. On this page. So we can have that like theme of like the girls with the shark teeth. Is that enough room? They're all on the same layer too, that makes it harder. I make her really small. Put her over here. I can increase. She can take up this corner. And I've got room for Kiara down here. I'm just not going to draw Kiara right now. It's fine. This is good. I'm going to be so real. Kiara would look too much like Millie, too. Kiara's design, I don't think I've ever drawn digital art of her, so I couldn't really show you. But she's like... very happy, very whimsical. Always got a smile on her face. She's got the sharp teeth, which is like the whole theme here. She's like a brawler, like she punches a lot when she fights. You see, she looked too much like Millie because she also has a choker. And then I might have to just redesign her hair next time I draw her. Please, please, I draw a circle. I want to see a circle. Where I have art of her in my phone. I have like a physical sketches of her somewhere. It's the aged up version. Where's the OG? This isn't the best looking one. Her hair's not quite the same as Millie's. Hers is very curly, but the shape of it is very much similar. Where is she? I have a drawing of her that's pretty decent. Where is it? I know I've got one. Where is it? What the hell? Why is she hiding from me? Where is Kiara Rosa? She's just gone. She's vanished. She doesn't exist. I know I've got a decent... There's a particular drawing of her. Where is it? This is crazy. Is it in here? Is the Pokemon crossover in there? Invincible reference. Here's an old sketch of Vivi. There's a different drawing of Kiara, but not the one I'm looking for. So it's not in here. It wouldn't be in here then. What the fart, Richard? I'm gonna lose my damn mind. This makes no sense. I'm gonna be genuinely like pissed in a second. Check the bin like the gallery bin. Oh, I found it. Oh my gosh, that took way too long. But you can see this, you can see the similarities. Oh god. Oops. You can see the similarities with her and Millie here. The biggest difference is that her hair is red and like very curly, and obviously she doesn't have buttons for eyes. But I I wasn't even thinking of her when I designed Millie. They just kind of ended up being similar. Like this, I guess. It's like curly. Roll the phone again, tomato. Yeah, she's more like this. And she's like obsessed with bears. That's like her thing. So I think she's a bit too similar to draw them together. So it's fine. These are good. The power came out really nice. This is like one of my cleanest sketches like ever, I think. This looks very nice. I'm gonna like, this is gonna be one of those ones that I keep going back to look at just to make myself feel good. To be like, wow, look at that thing that I did. I need to go get water. I need a refill. I'm biased, but Kalita looks weak. That's fair. I'm also biased because I like Power a lot. Denji and Power are two of my favorite characters. Because they're both fun, but they're even better when they're like a pair. So I like them a lot. I'm also biased because Millie is just one of my favorite characters right now because I made her and I really like what I made. I'll be back. Okay. Hey, fried chicken. Yeah, that's a Zenless Zone Zero character. Mame suggested I look them up, and I did, and I was like, holy crap, this design is peak. So I had to draw her. She was very much made for me. Okay, I said I was gonna draw Gwen, so I'm gonna draw Gwen. One of my oldest Lucy's. The second oldest recurring OC, actually. The one that was, at the time, young Spiggins trying to design his dream girl when I was just a middle schooler, I think. I might have been a freshman. Very socially awkward, lonely freshman. This is the one I was talking about earlier. She's very much into tech and animals. Those are her two main things. Her dad is like a tech genius, and her mom was a wildlife, like, what's the word I'm looking for? I just totally lost it. Her mom's big into nature and animals, and that's where she gets that from. She got her two passions from her parents. Maybe a bit too much. Ultra. Need a reference for my own thing. Right. A bit of a younger her. And then her hair, which side does it part? Right. It's becoming more and more obvious that I like wavy hair. I try to get more realistic in like giving her like an actual like shape to her hair, but this is kind of just my default that I always go to if I'm just doing like a quick sketch or something. I have her collared shirt. She's got two modes, collared shirt and like overalls. You know, very like machinist girl core. Like when there's like an engineer girl in something, they've usually got like a suspenders or something, like overalls on or something of that nature. My art has come a long way. I look at pieces now and I'm like, wow, this looks very nice. And I guess I kind of had that experience when I was younger too, but now I'm like, even with a more mature eye of like art and just like art skills and stuff, I'm like, this is good. I like shading, which is new. I never used to like. I would never render anything. It would just be like a lines of a sketch. So I was too scared, but I think I'm getting pretty good at this. Still figuring out colors and stuff, but shading, I'm a fan. I enjoy shading at this point, and I think it looks nice when I do. It's very comic-y, like manga-y looking when I do. It's very One Piece. Oda does a lot of just like simple hatching on his stuff, like this. But he does it in a very skilled way, where still looks good. I respect that. I seek to emulate it. It's like this, but he does it like a lot, not just in like the dark. He does it in like the darker spots, but this looks good. Do that. I didn't tell you to do that. I'm not gonna mess with that. I think she looks good. Pretty. When I draw a girl, it's a very nice feeling when I draw like a girl and I'm like, man, she's very pretty. Like I drew her in a way that's very like appealing in like a wholesome way. Like I wouldn't want to draw a character just so they have like sex appeal. You can still look pretty without being like sexy. You can still be sexy without it being like distasteful. You can be attractive without it being like distasteful, you know? That's kind of what I try to shoot for. Okay, I'll do I want to draw Mid-City. I've never drawn Mid-City before. This is like a first time for me for a lot of these. I draw my own characters more than I draw like fan art. This is an excuse to do art of characters that I like. Finding a good reference can be tough though. I could just use just like the official art. Just draw her based off of that. My phone is still tweaking. Don't want to use my computer because that's how I'm reading chat. Don't make me use my computer for references. that would be cringe. There we go. Alright. Dead on, kinda. Slight tilt. Sure. None of these are supposed to be complicated. I'm just drawing like profiles. If I really want to draw like a full body once or twice, I might. Probably won't even be like a full body, but just more than like the bust, you know, like shoulders up. That's just when I'm sort of in my element. It's when I do this like head and shoulders. Because I think my specialty is like the facial features. It's just like this portion of the body. I just want to draw them looking freaking cute or pretty. So this is the best way for me to do that. I'm most comfortable in this space. I really like Demon Slayer. I've gained kind of an eye for like writing. Like I pay attention to aspects of writing since I've taken it up as a hobby. So I wouldn't say like I have a more professional opinion because I'm not a professional, but I can definitely see things more from a writer's point of view. And sometimes that I try not to let that clash with my enjoyment of something. Because I love writing, and I think writing is very important. Like, I think even good ideas can be ruined if they're not written well. Like, I can't be invested in something if I don't think it's written well. And there's a difference, to me at least, between something being written simply and something not being written well. Like, there's more to it than just like complicated characters or a world that's like thought out in every detail. Like, you don't need those to have a well-written story. They definitely help, and when you do those well, it really adds to the experience. But like, Demon Slayer is not that complicated. There's the good guys, which are the demon slayers, and there's the bad guys, which are the demons, what are being slayed. And that's like it. Sure, there's like actual like plot and stuff, but in the broad strokes, that's it. The demon slayers fight the demons, and that's the story. But I don't think that makes it a bad story. I think that just makes it a simple story. There's still character moments, character growth. I think character growth is kind of the thing it does the least, which kind of sucks. Any sort of like development on a character level? Yeah, I'm drawing Mitsuri. I like her a lot. She's my favorite of the girls from Demon Slayer. But I think Demon Slayer, it doesn't really do character development and growth too much. I think most of the character growth, particularly on like Tanjiro's part, would be learning like not to show mercy to the demons. Like, there's really no room for it. And I don't think it's a problem that he still like feels bad for them and empathizes with them. That's my favorite part of his character. Is how, I said earlier, I love like a wholesome Heckham character. So I like that he's a very wholesome guy. The only character with some type of growth is Tanjiro and Genya. Genya has some growth too. I think character growth is kind of again, it's like not a super important thing. I still don't think that makes it a bad story, like I said, but I like when a story has like noticeable character development. I could also be wrong. There could be like very subtle but very real character development, like a lot more than I'm giving the story credit for. It's not something I've been through enough times to really notice it. Like I had like a first watch. I rewatched it at some point to like catch up for when a new season was coming out. I think I've only done it once. I don't think I've rewatched it more than once. The Hashira are definitely my favorite characters, though. Rengoku, Tengen, and Mitsuri are my three favorite characters from the story for sure. And the issue I have is before every demon is about to get killed, they drop the sob story, and then they apologize and they get murked. Well, do they all apologize? Maybe they might. I think that's still, again, that's part of... I think that comes with Tanjiro's empathy, where we get to see their side of things, so we get to understand what got them to that point. But they are still demons, and so they still have to go. And I like seeing the backstories and like what led them to being demons. It can feel like a bit much sometimes. Like sometimes it's a bit heavy-handed. But I don't think it, for me personally, it doesn't take away from the experience. If they try to excuse what the demons do, that would change things, but I'm a firm believer in explanation, not excuse. Like, if you want to explain a villain's motivations and like what led them to where they are, that's cool. I want to know that. If it's a good villain, if you've written the villain well, then I want to know that. I'm invested, and so I'm curious. But if you try to excuse them, if the story tries to treat it like it's okay now, that's a problem. Yeah, and then they mostly get killed by Tanjiro. Again, that's the whole point. They are demons now. They have to pay for what they've done. They chose to be evil. It is interesting, for me at least, to see why they chose to be evil. Like, what got you to this point? That I like. I like learning that. Like in One Piece, Doflamingo is not... He's purely evil. He's one of the most pure evil characters in the entire series. But his backstory is like a tragic backstory, and you're like, dang, that sucks. But I don't look at his backstory and say, man, maybe he's got a point. No, that guy's freaking crazy. This guy's a psychopath, and he needs to get dealt with. But now I understand what led him to the point he's at. Tengen, Sanemi, Rengoku, Obanai, Gyomei. I love Tengen, dude. Those three, her, Tengen, and Rengoku are my absolute favorites from the whole show. Hakusa's the best excuse. I haven't watched frickin' Infinity Castle. I want to. But, so far I've watched the whole show in dub. So I was hoping to wait till the dub for Infinity Castle came out. But they're taking their sorry time getting it out. At this point, I might just re-watch the whole thing in Japanese just so then I can watch Infinity Castle in Japanese. Because I don't want to do both. When I start it in one language, I want to finish it in that language. I kind of just pick depending on the show if I'm going to watch it in Japanese or not. When a show is new, I do tend to watch them in Japanese. When I'm watching with my buddy DJ, he pretty much exclusively watches dub, so I watch dubs with him. But by myself, I've started doing more sub. One of those people I thought to be a villain because of his backstory. I shed tears, not gonna lie. That's a good... See, that's what I was gonna say, like... If a story can make you, like, shed tears, they've done something right. They're making you feel something. Like, dude, I've cried... I've shed tears multiple times watching One Piece. It's one of the goofiest, most insane things you've ever seen. But when Oda wants you to feel something, you really feel it. And that's a huge credit to his writing. Voice actors have to group up, and with the hype of Infinity Castle, they want it to be perfect. That is true. If they're just making it as good as it can be, I can wait, but it's been that's been out for a while. And as far as I know, at least where I watch anime, it's still not available in English. And I think if it was available in English at all, it would be out. I mean, who knows? Maybe it is out now. I'd have to check. If it takes long enough, I might rewatch in Japanese or something. If I truly have nothing to watch, I do rewatch shows sometimes. I'd like to rewatch JoJo's because I would watch JoJo at a time that I was a dub only. But I think that takes away from the. I think in JoJo's case in particular, you should watch it in Japanese. I love the dub. They got good voice actors. Anime voice actors are good. A lot of them are really good. But I think in JoJo's case in particular, half of the experience is when they're like it's in the Japanese voice act. She's so cute, dude. Peak character design. I love this girl so much. Best friend has the same way. She was like, they need to hurry up. A Lull in the Sea. I'm not familiar with that. It's not a fighting anime, but the story had me bawling the first couple eps and throughout the show. Is it one of those just you're going to feel sad shows? Is this like a Your Lie in April? Where it's just sad the whole way? It is the only way to watch JoJo's, and so I need to. I've been meaning to go back. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna watch it as God intended. In Japanese. I mean, by the time I'm done, they're still going to be putting out Steel Ball Run. Like, holy crap, dude. Why are we putting out one episode and saying, thanks for watching, wait another year to watch the next episode? What? It don't get too much better. Like, genuinely, what are we talking about? One episode, now wait for more. Not like per week. Like, we're waiting months. Why are we waiting months for episode 2? First we were peaking, I thought I'd be happy. Then I reached the shift thing and I lasted after that. Sea people and humans merging in a school. Interesting. Is to get into like the drama of like an interspecies society? Is that part of the drama? Mixed in with tradition and stuff. Okay. That does sound kind of... that's interesting to me. I like a lot of things. I'm not just like a shonen enjoyer. Like Frieren is one of my favorite shows just ever. And sure, there's like some action, but it's definitely not like a shonen. Far from it. Sakamoto Days? That's got a decent amount of action, but that's really not the main thing that I like about it. Gonna drop the whole summary? Go for it. Summarize away, and if it sounds interesting enough, I'll give it a watch. Maybe my buddy will want to watch it too. All the shows that we're watching together right now are like new and like coming out currently. So we could use something bingeable, I think. Four middle school friends from an underwater village forced to attend school on land, exploring the complex relationships, discrimination, and emotional changes that occur between them and the surface dwellers. But, however, there's more. My gosh, she's so cute. Oh my gosh. I love when female characters are cute and feminine, but also very strong and powerful. You can mess with the aesthetics. They don't have to look cute at the same time. But if you want me to be like invested, this is it. Like very different aesthetic. Urza from Fairy Tail. She's like a freaking badass. That's like her whole thing. She's like the strongest member of Fairy Tail. But she's also very feminine. And I think that's really cool. I was like, why can't she be both? That's very endearing. When we can be both. And then Mystery's kind of the opposite, where she's extremely feminine, like on the surface, but then she's also very like strong and powerful. And that's so cool. I dig that. I'm into that. Make this more heart. It's like hearts. One of the girls was sacrificed to the sea god during the traditional ceremony. I cried. There was so much going on. When they're worshipping him on the boat, the whole town cried, and one of the friends tried to save her. And then that's just one episode. Damn, dude. I love a story that gets through a lot of story. In like a efficient amount of time. What have I been watching recently? In my own time, I haven't really been watching anything, to be honest. I should, so I can start getting through that list I was talking about, like, Infinity Castle, JoJo's rewatch. DJ and I have been watching a new show by the creator of Full Metal Alchemist, which is why we thought it seemed interesting. And it's pretty cool so far. It's called Daemons of the Shadow Realm. There's only a few episodes out, but it's a cool idea. It's a cool premise. I recommend it if you need new shows to watch. The way they did the time skip was chef's kiss. They used a long slumber for the sea people as a time skip. That's pretty cool. I like a cleverly made time skip. I don't think time skips are cringe or anything, but it is cool when it's particularly cool when an author has an interesting idea to bring it about like that. What are we talking about? We're just talking about anime right now. While I'm drawing city here. I'm drawing my freaking queen. Epic the Musical? I think I've heard of that, but I've not seen that. I'm not big into musicals, which is weird because I did theater in high school, but I just don't find them interesting. Like I have fun being in them. I just don't have fun watching them. I don't know if it's the same for anyone else. But like I participated in it because it seemed fun to act, not because I like musicals. I'm curious if anyone else is the same way. I don't know if I've ever met anyone who also thinks that way. The uniform. They only have the animatic movie, but they're turning it into an actual movie. Okay. Kind of the same way. Epic is one of the only musicals I like. When you say epic, I can only think of an animated movie that came out when I was a kid. I can't even remember it now. I just remember it was like an animated movie about like little like fairy people. I don't remember what the plot was. I don't remember anything beyond the little fairy people. I think I had like a McDonald's toy. Well, but like that's all I can think of when you say Epic the musical. Is that movie. I don't even actually remember anything about. What is it about? The musical. There she is. My gosh, she's so pretty. I love, love pink hair and green eyes. There's so many really cool, really likable anime characters with pink hair and green eyes. I'm going to draw one soon, actually. There's one that I want to draw. I would be remiss not to. She's a bit different from the rest of the girlies I've drawn tonight. I like her for different reasons. Drawing characters I like. Doesn't matter why. I just think they're neat. The idea of a girl deciding to become a soldier because she wants to find a strong man to be her husband is so funny to me. That's such a cool character motivation for her to be like, I'm gonna learn to kill monsters because that way I can find a man who's strong like me and we can get married. That's so cool. Put in simple terms, Odysseus has gone to the war against Troy. He's trying to get back home to his wife and son, but was stopped so many times with different gods and trials. Oh, so it's just the Odyssey. It's just the Odyssey, but they're making a musical about it? I could see that going well. That's not a bad idea. I actually don't know the whole story of the Odyssey. I only know snippets. I should really, like, familiarize myself. It's like a very important piece of literature. Sure, I could find some summaries or, like, audiobooks on, like, YouTube or something. Greek and Earth, so I have the book. That's cool. That's sick. I feel like the only things I'm really like a nerd about is uh medieval and uh like feudal Japanese stuff. Like knights and samurai. That's where my interests lie. Which is why I have so many great anime to choose from. And that's why Wano is one of my favorite One Piece arcs. Man, I gotta piss again. I'm well hydrated tonight. Everyone make sure you're staying hydrated. Always make sure if you don't have a water bottle, get a water bottle and always keep that bad boy. Always make sure there's some water in there. When you run out, go get more. It does the body good. Okay. She's so big on the screen. Damn, girl, you're taking up the whole canvas. That's how biased I am, for sure. That's how biased I am to Mitsuri. Okay. There's still so many I want to draw. I'm not gonna have it. I don't have time. I don't have it within me to stream long enough to draw all the girls that I would like to draw. If I had it my way, I would do this all night, but my freaking voice is already feeling strained. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna draw a One Piece girl on this page, and then I'm gonna do one more page. I'm gonna do. How did you know? That's a crazy call out. Nami's technically on the board back here, and I drew Baby 5 for the thumbnail. Baby 5 is down here. Why was Daisy the lowest quality one that I did? I couldn't get her hair, that's what it was. Daisy's hair is so weird, I don't like the way that I drew it. Maybe it's fine to everyone else, but I just don't like it. I feel like it's wrong. Somehow. It's shape. The shapes didn't quite pan out, I feel like. I don't know. Yeah, you got the psychic powers or something. I want to draw pre-time skip though. Most of the images are post-time skip. I know she's not like actually supposed to be that tan, but I did like the tan that she had at the beginning. I thought it was a nice look for her aesthetic at the time. But she stopped wearing cowboy hats. Why did she take the cowboy fit off? Oda, where's Robin's cowboy fit? Bring it back. The people demand. You ate a cat. I don't believe you. Did it taste good at least? There's no good images. I'm gonna look up pre-time skip specifically. Maybe I'll get some better stuff to work with. In my opinion, kind of cruel. But even so, I do respect your opinion. I will eat another. I mean, I'll draw post time skip, but I like pre-time skip. There. This is good enough. This is the quintessential. I'll do it again. Is Springtrap targeting cats now? He's done killing human children out of revenge and for science, and now he's just eating cats. Reminded me of the FNAF VHS tape where, oh my gosh, dude! Yes! Why did whoever it was make that? What? It was such a crazy play. Like, bro was really like, let me try to make William Afton the most despicable man of all time. Like, one of the most evil people you could ever think of. He had beef. He must have had beef with William Afton in order to do that. She's very angular. I think she should be angular. Robin is like the oldest of the Straw Hats. Kind of. Almost. If Brooke wasn't there... Isn't he though? Like, I guess, but... He's like cartoonishly... That's almost like more cartoonishly evil, making him do that. That's... We're getting to like the Painter levels of, wouldn't that just be crazy? Not Springtrap, I'm a fan. Read my darn diggity 2 name. Listen, I'm a Springtrap fan too. Which is why I like him the way that he is. Let's not make him into like the big E-man. Isn't Zoro older than her? Zoro's like not that much older than Luffy. As I'm pretty sure. Robin's like in her mid to late 20s. Her and Frankie are like Brooke barely counts because of just the way that he works. Frankie and Robin are like the oldest if you don't count Brooke. By a long shot. Here, I'll look it up right now. One Piece Straw Hats ages. Luffy is okay, so I'm just gonna say pre-skip. Pre-skip, Luffy's 17, Zoro's 19, Nami's 18, Usopp is 17, Sanji is 19, Chopper is 15, Robin is 28. Oh, Frankie's 34. He's a lot older, actually. I thought he was I thought they were about the same age. But yeah, they're old. They're freaking unk. I imagine Spin Master is cool. You did say that. He's pretty cool. I like this Spin Master guy. Dude, I gotta tell you. I gotta tell you about this Spin Master guy. Okay. Freaking awesome, dude. Well, he is a grown man. After Skip, he is a grown adult man. You know what? That is kind of weird. I see people ship Zoro and Robin. And with that in mind, that's a little strange. With that context in mind? The only Straw Hat ship that I accept is Frankie and Robin, so like I'm not a shipper, but I've seen that ship and I'm like, okay, all right. There's potential here. That's a fun ship. Zoro Green. Therefore, Zoro cool, 3-sword guy. You say he looks like he's in his like late 20s, but then you look at frickin' how he looked in Egghead and in Dressrosa. Bro is built like a frickin' like a worm. Brother got no body in those arcs. And then in Wano, they were like, actually, he's the most muscular man you've ever seen. Time. Struggling a little bit. It would be better if he had 4 swords, you're right. There's a game about that. Zelda 4 Swords Adventure. They probably made that because of Zoro. I don't know why I keep defaulting to this expression. I just like it. So I'm just gonna keep doing it. It's expressive. She got her bangs, and the bangs are freaking back, bro. One Piece is the only show that I refuse to watch subbed. Only because I started it in English, and by the time I was like, this is the greatest thing that I've ever watched, I was already hundreds of episodes in English, and I'm like, I'm not swapping to Japanese now. Like partway through, because that would be weird. But I'm also not going to go back and start it over in Japanese because that would take too long. So now I'm a ride or die One Piece dub enjoyer. But that means every time there's a new freaking arc, I gotta wait. We freaking started Elbaf, but I haven't been able to watch it yet. I gotta wait for it to get freaking dubbed. And they've also been kind of taking their sweet time with that dub too. I'm not too pleased. I'm not enthused. Let's move it along. They keep doing it in batches instead of just doing it at the regular schedule event that anything else uses. Let's do it the mainstream way. I don't say this too often. I'd like you to do it the mainstream way for me. That would make my life a lot better. Of the hair should go like this. She's got like this. This side. What was I saying? I was just yapping about the my experience being a One Piece dub only. Because I started it in dub, because when I started I was just like, oh, I've heard this show's good, and it's really long, so let me, like, put it on in the background while I do stuff. Usually drawing. And then, once I was far enough in that I was like, this is my favorite thing that I've watched ever, I was already hundreds of episodes in English. So I was like, I'm not just gonna change languages, because that would be weird. Because it's not even that it's a bad dub. I like the dub, especially the main characters. All the Straw Hats, any important characters, they have good voice actors. It's not a matter of not liking the dub. It's a matter of how long it takes to wait to watch new episodes because I'm watching the dub. They take so long to dub any amount of this dang show. It's unreal. Because they don't just release the dub episodes as they're made, like another show. No. They get every episode dubbed and then push all of them out at once. Or, like, I think with Egghead, they did, like, half of each part at a time? Why? Just put them out as you're making each episode, like any other series would. Don't make me wait like this. It's cool when I get to binge it. It's fun. Like I can like go out and get like some dinner and some snacks. And it's like, oh, sick, it's One Piece night. But also, sometimes I'm like, let me just watch the episodes as they come out. You know? I'd like to do that sometimes. That's all I was saying. Like, why are we being different about this? I would have no complaints if they released it the same way any other show releases their dubs. But we don't. I don't know why we're doing it this way. Stop waiting. Stop putting all of your eggs in the basket before you ship them out. This is kind of what a cowboy hat looks like, I guess. I'll futz with it a little bit. I'm not one to avoid futzing. I just need the vibe. And I can fix it. This needs to be wider, I think. Anyone hungry right now? I ate before stream. I was actually gonna wait and eat after stream. And I was like, no, I can just do it before. I figure after stream, I just won't eat anything. I'll give my body time to digest everything. Instead of giving it more food to deal with at a late hour, that would be much better for me. I'm always hungry, but I never really eat anything. To a certain degree, that's not a problem. For me, that's cool because I need to lose weight. But I know plenty of I've known many people who they should be gaining weight if anything, but they still just don't eat because they just don't feel like it. Even if they're hungry, they just don't really feel like it, or they don't eat enough. It's like, dog, have a little urgency in yourself. It's for your own good. Even if you have to force yourself to eat, and it takes a while because it doesn't feel good to eat, you gotta do it. It doesn't feel good to not eat, but I do it. Not to starve myself, but because I have to lose weight, so I have to eat less. Sometimes I have to be hungry, because that's just part of the process of losing weight. It's not like I'm starving myself. I'm just not giving my body food every time it asks for it. It's just discipline and self-control. And to a certain point, people need discipline in overcoming their aversion to eating so that they don't lose too much weight. It's like the opposite of my issue. Too lazy to get up, or there's just no food. Listen, if you eat enough, I have no complaints. But just make sure you're eating enough. Like, don't simply skip out on food just because you don't feel like... Sometimes you can do that. I would do that because I'm trying to lose weight. But if you're already very lightweight, you should be careful with how often you're skipping out on a meal. Me, I'm like a compulsive eater. Like, I'm a stress eater. When I get stressed out, eating is one of the only things that I can do to actually calm down for a little while. And at times it can be a big problem. Like, I'm like having a really bad night. Sometimes to avoid crashing out, I've gone for like 1 a.m. like Taco Bell runs. And that's like bad. That's really bad. So I've been trying to stop doing that. Because it's not good for you. And it's especially not good for me when I'm trying to lose weight. That's why I'm cutting out soda for a while. I'm only going to drink soda on the weekends when I'm like seeing friends or like my dad for lunch every week. But other than that, soda is off the table, and I'm actually going to hold myself to it this time. If you guys see me on stream drinking soda before I decide to start drinking soda again, yell at me. At least if I get so hungry I start stopping. Well, see, that's kind of a problem. You should definitely eat like at least one meal a day. I eat only one meal a day so that I can lose weight. If you don't need to be losing weight, you should at least be eating 2 meals a day. They don't have to be like a feast, but like a sandwich, or like a like moderate amount of like pasta or ramen, just something. Even if it's extremely plain, like plain ramen with nothing in it, whatever makes it palatable and stomachable, do it. Make sure you're getting the nutrients you need day to day. I better not hear about anyone else going to the hospital because they're not eating enough. That's my 2 cents. I get stressed out, I keep it all in for a while, and then at night I'll think about it all and begin sobbing in my room. I eat 2 because I have to, otherwise I just eat 1. Okay, as long as you're doing that. I get stressed, I don't eat for days. Damn. I guess we legitimately have the opposite issues. Opposite, like, stress responses. Listen, I care about y'all. I don't want to hear about anyone being in a bad way. Because you're not treating your body the way that you should. And again, I'm not speaking from a high horse. I'm very much the same way. I'm trying to improve my habits as well. That's why I care so much. Because I get it. It ain't always easy. Found some of my new close friends. They're just as mentally ill as me. Well, hey, listen. Regardless of the combined power of your mental states, friendship is always a plus. If anything, friendship can help you with dealing with something like that. I'm sure I have undiagnosed mental illnesses to some degree. Probably not like too extreme. But the times in my life where I've felt the best have always been the ones where I'm the most like surrounded by people that I like. Just doing things that make me feel good. Like my I talked about being in theater earlier. My junior year of high school was it was my favorite play that we had ever done. We were doing Matilda, and I felt great. I never just felt so much general whimsy and joy, just day to day, than when we were getting close to showtime. It got ruined because of the lockdowns, but for a while I felt really good when I was like hanging out with cool people, doing something cool. I think finding the right things to do with the right people can solve a lot of your problems. Your as in just people in general. Not everything, of course. I think it's a good start. So my bed once I ate too much. I thought I needed to birth, and then ooh, yikes. How's it going, Jackie? It's one of the reasons I eat a little. Also, my mom just calls me out. Well, that's good God. I don't even know if she's joking or not, but you shouldn't say that. Even as a joke. Cool people, so I'm not the first cool person you've met. Not really. And not as an insult to you, but just as a compliment to other people that I've known. I've met some pretty cool people in my life. I live with one of them right now. You know what the other, like, really happy part, like, time in my life was? Um, after my mom left my dad, um, I really started to feel good again when I was, like, involved with, the church. And we would have, like, my dad would have, like, get-togethers from people from church at our house, and that was always hey, thanks. And it was always really fun. We just chat and eat food with anyone that came over, and I would hang out with a couple of the kids that were usually around. You know, the older brother side of me always enjoys doing that. Damn. Thanks, dude. Brother just brought me all kinds of stuff. See, I just said he's a cool guy, and here he is, like, giving me snacks. Mama's just like that. It's still... That's not an excuse. Just because it's a normal thing doesn't make it okay. Just because she does it a lot. And again, even if she doesn't really mean it, that's not a good thing to say. Like, that has an effect on people. Like, whether you realize it or not, that's probably... You probably do know that it's probably had an effect on you. Words are strong. Words are powerful things. Which is why you should never use your words harmfully against anyone. Even if you don't like them. I don't like saying harsh words even against people I don't like. And saying negative things about... Saying things that are true about someone that happen to be negative is not the same as just speaking negatively about somebody. Like, if you have a bad trait and I'm just mentioning that, that's different from me just, like, trash talking you for no good reason. It's a pretty nice hand. I am using a reference, but, like, nice. She's so pretty! My gosh. Some kid asked me why I'm depressed, and I think I told him a bit too much for my liking. You know, so you gotta find the line. You gotta find the fine line between what you're comfortable sharing, what you think is probably oversharing for them. By the sounds of it, it's not like a friend per se, so maybe there wasn't as much that you wanted to share. So that like adds a nuance to the whole thing. Thankfully, I'm an undersharer, though to my detriment, sometimes I just don't share enough or I don't know how to share what I'd like to. But it has kept me from being in a situation like that where I share too much. I'm a yapper, but I think I was more born as a listener, which is fine. I like that. I'm perfectly content being a listener. And to be fair, I feel like most people that I would yap to, I feel like are never in the mood for it. So I don't need to. I don't enjoy opening up to anyone really, unless I trust them. That's fair. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm the same way. Just because we live in a very social society doesn't mean we have to be more social than people would have been in the past. Everyone has things that they want to keep to themselves, and everyone has particular people that they actually decide they do want to share some of those things with. Or I don't share at all. That's usually the way that I do things. That's another habit that I should break, is I bottle things up too much. Not everyone needs to know. But it can also be tough when when none of the people that you do know are really the kind of people you want to tell. Well, that's sweet that you trust me enough to tell me. I would never just go blab to somebody about it. It's not like I know you anyway, so it's not like even if I was a kind of person who would just want to take what you've told me and go share it, I don't know how I even could. Which is a nice thing about being anonymous on the internet. Even if someone in this chat wanted to go like air out your laundry, how could they? They don't know who you are. You're the person who likes cats in the chat. That's all. I don't know where you live. I don't know what your name is. And it's no one's business unless you decide that it's their business. It's wholly up to you. I've had some interesting um like for me sometimes it's interesting when like I'm like feeling things that I would like to share, but I don't really have anyone that I would like to. And I think sometimes I don't know if this would be quite the same for a lot of you in chat because of the nature of what I'm saying, but as a Christian, I feel like there's a particular worldview that I hold that's, and in some ways different from other people who are not. Um, but because of that, there's people that even though I really trust them, and maybe we've known each other for a while, we were very friendly and we talk regularly, they're just not the kind of people that I'd like to talk about very personal things like that with, because they don't think about the world the same way that I do. So I the things that they would have to say about it, I don't really think are the things that I'm looking to hear, or the way that they look at it. I don't. It doesn't. I'm looking for. There's dimensions that are that though someone like that simply doesn't have in the way that they think and look at things. Like it's just missing. Like my faith is a very important part of my life, and I've tried more and more over the years to live that way and to be open about it. Um, but it is true that I don't have very many. I barely have any friends who are also Christians. Um, and so while they might give me good advice, there's maybe I want advice for the Christian side of my life that people just cannot give me if they're not, you know? Last time I thought I could trust someone, they went on and backstabbed me and started talking behind my back and made me feel worse that I was getting along with someone for a good while. That always sucks. It's never happened to me, thankfully. Because, you know, like we've talked about, I'm never really the kind to open up in the first place. Um, like, I probably have opened up about stuff less than most people, probably. And I think being a guy contributes to that, too. Like, guys aren't encouraged to do that as much. I think they should. I don't think it's a good thing that guys aren't really. They're still, like, sure, we, as a society, we're like, guys should open up more. But I think there's still some pushback when guys do. I've heard many stories about guys who finally feel comfortable with, like, someone that they're dating, and they tell them to open up, and they do, and then suddenly this guy's being emotional, and the girl is no longer. It changes how the girl sees him, which sucks. Like, in a bad way. You would think it would be nice, because it's like, yeah, they're dating the wrong person. That's not a person you should be dating. And so at the end, I think it's good to find that out. Like, oh, this person wasn't the right person anyway. This person wasn't someone I should be dating. That's, but it hurts. That's the what sucks is that it will hurt. Because you probably cared if you opened up like that. You probably felt something fulfilling in the relationship. Um, but if you can come to terms with the fact that you did learn that there was just not someone worth dating, I think that works out. So I think guys should still try to start being more open. So there will be people that don't like that, and it will hurt, and so that sucks. But I think it, in the long run, if you're dating with eventually having the intention of till death do you part, I think that's an important facet of your relationship that you should make sure is going to work out. It's one of the reasons I never tell anyone I'm going through something, or I never cry in public, because I don't want others to think I'm weak and ask me what's wrong, because I can't trust many people. That's another thing. Some people probably do genuinely care, but how do you know? Because you've been hurt before. So how can you just trust that this person is going to be different, you know? I've never dated anyone. I've never been like in love. I've never had a crush on a girl. Um, there's a whole other can of worms, and something that I still think about to this day. But it doesn't really bother me or anything. I can be content, like just being by myself. Um, where was I going with this? think I'm finally done. I can start shading her now. What was I gonna say? I don't want to date because some people are mean, but I don't want to die alone with no one I could say goodbye to. You don't have to date to have people in your life. I think platonic friendship is just as important. I think they're both important in different ways. I also think we need to stop limiting how intimate we can be in a platonic relationship. And I'm not talking about like physically. Like there's more intimacy is not just like physical. There's an intimacy in just like sharing an experience with someone. It's just like a closeness, you know? It's like it's almost like unexplainable feeling of camaraderie with somebody, or like closeness with somebody. And I feel like we're losing that. Like people feel like they can only be intimate at all with like their parents, maybe if they have a decent relationship with their parents, or I guess like whoever raised them, and then like their partner. It's like, no, if you have good enough friends, you can be like emotionally intimate with your friends. It could be hard to make friends that are that close, but I think it can be done. It's a lot harder now. All of the good places that people used to socialize have been closed down or replaced with online. And while I think you can still have fulfilling relationships online, I think it does not compare to someone that you know in real life. I'm so glad that I have a lot of online friends now that I've met through the streams. Like my streams, other streams of the people that I'm friends with. But like if I'm being totally honest, those relationships will not be as fulfilling to me as when I have like more real world relationships again. Like those are going to be the ones that I care about the most. Cuz I'm a very like physical kind of guy. Like to me, I can't truly be close with someone if I don't get to be in the room with them. I have to be around you, or our relationship is never going to be as good as it could be. We don't have to do anything. We could be bored as hell just sitting in a room together, but I would still be like, well, at least we're like sitting together bored. Like, or at least we're together doing that. You know? There's something to that. I think online relationships can be very fulfilling, but I think you still need to have some physical relationships. Like people that you see in real life. Romance isn't for everyone. Not everyone cares about it. Some people might care about it now, but end up not caring about it in the future. Some people might be the opposite. They don't care about it now, but they might later. I think if it's something you're interested in, go for it. I think it's a very beautiful thing. The idea of two people deciding that they want to like be the other half of somebody is extremely beautiful. Um, that's one of my top goals in life. But not everyone cares about that. Not everyone has to care about that. I think there's people who will tell you that you can't like that, and there's people who tell you that you have to like that, and neither of those is true. believe that God made everyone different because he wants people to be different, not because he wants everyone to be exactly the same. Even if there's certain ways that I think I should live because of the way that God wants people to live, that doesn't mean that that doesn't apply to everything. Like, there's not specific rules for every individual thing in life. Sometimes you just have to make it up as you go along. Some things that are encouraged in the Bible and other places for people are just not necessary for everybody. I think we've done a poor job supporting people who want to have families as a society recently, but I don't think we need to make it the top priority for everyone. But I think we're demonizing it when it doesn't need to be. It doesn't have to be the goal for everyone, but we need to stop pretending like it's a bad thing to want that. Like I said, I think it's very beautiful. I don't think it's the most beautiful thing ever. I think just loving other humans in a benevolent, godlike way is like the pinnacle of beauty for me. That's why I don't. The philosophy of Vinland Saga is one of my favorite things I've ever seen ever. The thing that the main character Thorfinn's dad tells him is you have no enemies. Because they're in a Viking culture, so war is like just a big thing for them. Everyone wants to go to war, everyone wants to get a kill count. They want to raid and pillage and prove that they're strong. But his dad is like, no, people aren't just enemies for you to fight. People are people. And so, even though there are some like very vague sort of Christian elements hinted at in that story, just that general message of just like, people aren't your enemies. Like, people are just people, you know? You don't need to be like, even if they're on the other side of a war, sometimes they're just people. And on an individual level, you don't know anything about anyone unless they tell you, or you see it personally for yourself. God forbid I ever be drafted into war, and I would refuse anyway. I'm not doing that. I would never wish to be in such a violent position. But, even if I, God forbid, would meet someone on the battlefield, I wouldn't wish to do them harm. I don't know anything about them. Just because, like, someone decided that that person is my enemy, I don't know that. People aren't. This is a. I don't just want to talk about the Bible because some of you probably just don't care at all. But like, it's another thing that comes with my faith is like, people aren't the enemy here. It's the evil powers that this evil supernatural, the things that are directly opposed against God that are the enemy in life, not other people. And I live by those words. That's why I don't like talking bad about people. Even bad people, I'm just like, I can acknowledge what they did is bad, but I don't need to throw in like insults just because I don't like them. I don't need to just say awful things about them just because they are also awful. Even if they're the worst person you've ever heard of, Let them just get their justice, and then I let that be it. I don't need to add aggression beyond the point of making sure they can't be evil anymore. Sorry, I've just been yapping right now. I don't think I've ever yapped so much on stream. I was thanking one of my friends for always being kind to me at nighttime, and then she texted me in the morning, and don't kill yourself. She says that a lot to me when I text her something nice or sad. Well, she's looking out for you, even if it's, whether it's needed or not, like whether that was even something that needed to be said or not. That tells you that she cares about you. And if it happens a lot when it doesn't need to, maybe you could like say that, like it's not always, like it's not really something you need to be worrying about. It's not necessarily a bad thing that they care that much to say that. For me personally, like that would never happen to me. Like if anyone ever tries to make it out, if something happens to me and the story is that I did it to myself, that is a lie. Do not believe it. I don't know what I would do to be in a position where someone would want that to like, where like someone would make that out about me. But my faith will not allow me to do that. Like if we're being real about it, if that was something that people had to worry about for me, I think it would have already been done. Like, let's be real here. I would never do that because of my faith. My faith keeps me to the point that I would never do that, ever. The thought could never even cross my mind. So if anyone has ever tried to, if someone ever tries to convince someone else that I have done something like that, like anything like that, it is a lie and a falsehood, and for some reason they don't want you to know what happened to me. So just keep that in mind in case I ever turn anti something with like power. I don't know. If someone decides they don't want me around, know that it was someone's fault, not mine. It will never be my fault. Good God. When did we get here? We got real heavy. I don't mind getting heavy. I want this to be a place where we can talk about anything comfortably. That's all I have to say about that. Like, if we need to chill out, I'm good to chill out. I've said my piece. I think these things are good to talk about sometimes. And again, this goes back to what I was saying. I'm trying to be more open about just things in general. Okay. One more page. That's gonna be it for me. We're going on 4 hours right now. Go get the cat real quick. Cool. I'm gonna go pee real quick. Go right ahead. I can put these snacks away too. Thank you, DJ. We'll save these for a later date. I'm very tempted to drink this soda right now, but like I said, soda's a weekend treat for me now. I refuse to indulge during the week for my own health. I'll let myself start drinking soda again when one of two things happens. A, I do start noticeably losing weight. Or B, I just start working out more. Like, I'm not working out. I think part of the reason I want to cut out soda mostly for a while is just because I'm not working out enough. I'm not counterbalancing all the soda that I drink with enough exercise. So until I can sleep a bit better and wake up earlier and work out more, I gotta cut down. It's like almost every other day I'm drinking soda at this point. That's not good. It's really not. That does not do the body good like a nice drink of water. Alright. Have I shaded everything? I want to make sure I'm shading everything right. Yes. Okay, I'm going to draw two more, and I'm going to color them a little bit, just like the eyes and the hair. Because I love these two. I think they would be best friends. They would get along so well. One of them is mine, the other one is not. I just want to draw them together. And draw a frickin' circle. I love my children. I want a dog. I'm not much of like a pet guy, but I'd get like one dog. That's all I want. I wouldn't get a cat personally. Dogs are well, not all dogs are crazy, and not all cats are calm. Those are heavy generalizations. I've known dogs who were calm. I've had dogs who were calm and cats who were not. I think generally that is true. However, some cats and for some cats it's just sometimes they're little crackheads. Little creatures just running around. Black cats are calm. I guess I've never seen like a gremlin black cat. You're probably right about that. I'm sure they exist, but I've never seen one. You can't prove me right. You can't prove me wrong. My dog's a crackhead. A lot of them can be. The generalization exists for a reason. But that's why I like him. Again, I've said it a few times now. I am a person of whimsy. I enjoy whimsy and joy and energy. Why do you think I like One Piece? It's chock full of that stuff. That's why I don't engage with like dark stories in media too often. I'm reading Berserk, but that's because I like Dark Souls and Elden Ring, and Berserk is like a foundational piece of literature on the developer side. Like, those guys at FromSoft freaking love Berserk. So I will probably like Berserk, and I do. So far, I'm really liking what I've read. I'm working through it slowly. But that's besides the point. I like when things have energy, which is why I like dogs. Cats are too passive for me. Even I think I would still want to get like a more passive dog too. But when I'm feeling energetic, my dog could also be energetic. A cat would not do that. The cat's only has energy when it's like 4 in the morning and I'm trying to sleep and it's decided it's gonna wake the whole house. The dog will at least go to frickin' sleep when I go to bed. Catnip? I'm not giving it drugs. I'm not giving it animal drugs. If it needs animal drugs to be calm, that's its problem. You know what? I'm not gonna do the full bodies. I'm gonna do them like hanging out. Oof. I gotta like stretch after this. Like a headache. Maybe it's because I'm not eating so much. Maybe that's why I got a headache. Maybe I should go get something to eat after this. Wasn't going to, but that's a tough part for me. Like, I can deal with feeling hungry. That's not a problem. I know that being hungry doesn't mean I have to eat. Like, sure, my body wants to, but I don't need it. That doesn't mean I'm, like, not going to survive if I don't eat. But when I start getting headaches because of dieting, that's when the problem happens. Because when I get a headache, I get a migraine. Which means I'm going to suffer for hours, and it's going to feel like hell. Like, I will regret being a conscious living human while I have a migraine. And then when it's over, it's like, oh my gosh, life is so wonderful now that that's over. But while it exists, existence is suffering. It's so bad. Like, I've heard of people who get migraines and, like, they, like, can't see, or, like, their senses are, like, totally out of whack. For me, I just wish I wasn't alive. Like, it just hurts so bad. I can't focus. I like tear up. I start like pacing around whatever rooms I'm in. I desperately do like 1,000 things that might make it better. Until eventually it goes away. And I'm just miserable, and it sucks. I think it does for everyone. But I can't do that anymore. I don't like it. I'm not going to, like, do something that I know is going to lead me to that. So, like, if I'm getting a headache, and it's probably because I haven't eaten so much, I'm probably gonna eat, even if I wasn't planning to. I might even drink some soda just to get the caffeine in me, because that sometimes is why I would get a headache. And again, that's what I want to cut down on. But if I'm cutting down on it so much that I am gonna get a migraine, we're gonna not do that. I'd rather lose my weight a bit slower, but not get migraines than get migraines and lose it at a steady pace, I'm gonna be honest. the commitment doesn't run that deep into suffering. Sometimes when I cry, my voice can get a bit deep, and I was crying on my cat once, and she started running, and I was like, no, and pulled her back. I'm more likely to sound like a 50-year-old man. Oh no. I don't really cry, so I don't have any, like, there's no lore about me when I cry. I've cried, like, genuine tears, regardless of how I feel. I think I'm just physically inclined not to cry. So even if I am at a level where someone would cry, I have to go even further if I'm actually going to cry. The only times I've really genuinely cried, like been at that level, was when my parents split, like I said before, and at my aunt's memorial service. Like the only two times I can really recall ever being that low. But yeah, usually it's just I feel terrible until like I have a good day and it makes me feel better or something. And usually a good day, like today, starts bad and I have to do things to make it better. Like just like getting things done. Like I went for a walk slash run, even though it was like raining a little bit. It did let up before I got back. I worked out once I got back inside. I took a shower and felt nice and clean. This is wrong. I don't know what I did, but this is not correct. Something's off about this. But yeah, today I slept in, and so I was really in a bad mood when I woke up, but usually when I'm in a bad mood, even if it's been that way for like a week, I just have to do things to give myself a good day to get myself back to normal. Like I said, working out, taking a nice shower, even just like leaving the house for a few minutes. Like I went and grabbed something to throw in the microwave for lunch after, which I was actually going to save for after stream, and then I decided just to eat it before stream. I'm glad I did, since I think I'm a bit too hungry to just not eat today. I think I should go get another meal after stream. Not many places are open, but I could just get like a couple cheap things at Taco Bell, and that wouldn't be too bad for me. Sip a little bit of soda for the caffeine, and I probably won't get a migraine or anything. I'll probably be good. So get a couple of small burritos and some caffeine in me. Since DJ so generously provided me with some caffeine. My show does not have a bath, or shower does not have a bath. It's just like a wall door and tiles with a drain on the floor. I'd cover the drain and lay down. I don't like taking baths. I think I just don't like being under the water. Like, I'd rather let the water run on me. This is wrong. Like, I just enjoy showers, and I don't really enjoy baths. As a kid, I used to only take... That's not true. I was gonna say I only took baths. But I kind of did the worst of both worlds as a kid. Because I would take my, like, toys. I'd take a bunch of toys into the tub. Which isn't really a bad thing necessarily, but I did, like, kind of ruin a bunch of them. Because, like, paint and stuff wore off. And, like, Legos and, like, plastic toys and stuff. That's besides the point. But then I would be in there for, like, 30 minutes just because I'm, like, playing. But what made it bad is what I would do is turn on the shower and plug the drain. So it would be filling the tub like a bath, but it's with shower water. So I was using a lot of water. That I really shouldn't have been using. You ever cry in or before you're about to take a shower, so you're about to wipe your tears with your shirt, but you grab your skin because you forgot you're in the shower? I can't say that I have. A shower is actually usually how I would, like, relax when I was feeling really low like that. You don't have to worry about not talking, Hawks. We're just vibing. But that's what I would do when I need something. I guess what I like that used to be like when I just need to feel something, I would go get in the shower. Because I like the way that it feels. I like the feeling of the water running on my skin. I could do a quick toga. Do I have room? Because this is... I'm not putting her on this one. This is the last one. I'm only putting 2 characters on here. Could I fit her in somewhere? You're cool, Hawks. We're just chilling. Especially with these streams I've started doing recently where I just kind of draw and we just chill. You do not have to be speaking. There's got to be somewhere I can fit toga. I can draw a quick toga. I think I'm gonna make her like small. I'm gonna put her like down here. Cause I'm at the end of my rope here. Like I gotta end stream soon, or I'm gonna be like sore. My voice. I'm gonna lose my voice. I've been yapping today. I've been yapping like crazy. So I'm gonna finish my last piece. I'm gonna draw a quick toga and then finish my last piece, and then it's time. The internet's favorite problematic girl. She's a psychopath, but she's so cute. How can I be mad? I was here but went to BRB without telling anyone. You do not have to say if you're going, like, AFK or something. Or you're, like, leaving for a bit. You're not gonna like hurt my feelings or something. If I don't see someone, if someone was like talking and then they stop, I'm like, okay, they had something to do, or they're just like chilling with me in the background. If you want to yap about Toga, go ahead. I'm having a hard time drawing her right now, so by all means. She has... Her teeth aren't like that sharp, though. I think more like that would probably be more accurate. Oh, you're just going to explain her character. Fair enough. For those who don't know. I gotta finish My Hero. Like I never finished it. I watched the second to last season, and then I've just had other stuff to watch since then. So it hasn't been a priority to watch the final season. Yeah, you got like the you got it. You got all the deets. Oh, I read them all. I'm just kind of locked in on drawing. It's been a while since I watched the show, so I did not remember all that stuff. It's not that my voice is like... It's not like anything unusual. It's just I've used it a lot today, so it's kind of worn out. That's all. It's just telling me that it's about time to end stream, just because I've been talking enough. It's not like it's in any danger or anything. Once I sleep it off, it'll be back to normal. Of course, then my voice is gonna break until that happens, though. Yippee! Yay for me. That's pretty much her. Take a break from streaming. I feel like I'm not streaming enough. Like, I'm only streaming a couple times a week. I used to stream like twice a week with like 1 or 2 extra like gaming streams. But lately I've just been busy and doing other stuff. I've been working on my personal projects, and so I've only been streaming on the Thursday, Sundays. And so I've been wanting to do more gaming here and there. Wanted to take a break, you can. You're the creator, you post when you want to. I appreciate that. I have kind of been doing that. Like, the reason I've only been doing a couple per week is just because I don't feel... Like... Honestly, I just don't feel like playing the games that I've been playing on stream. Like, I was in such a big Palworld mood for a long time, but I've just kind of not been interested in playing it lately. And then it's the same thing for Shadow of Mordor. Like, if I'm not feeling like it, I'm not going to play it. I don't want to ruin that. So I'm just kind of playing them when I feel like it. But the art streams, I'm always down for. I've even done art streams when I didn't really feel like it, and by the end of it, I did feel like it. And it made me feel better having done the stream. So I still do those, because even if I'm not having a good day, I usually am having a better day after doing these. And that's why I'm diversifying them too. Because it does get a little tiring just doing, like, every time that I draw on stream, it's just, chat tells me what to draw, and I don't know what the heck they're making me draw, but sometimes people are like, this isn't quite accurate, and it's like, okay, sorry, I don't really know what this is, I've never drawn this before. And the sort of, it's fun drawing things that I wouldn't draw because other people told me, like, oh, I wouldn't have known what this was before, that's cool. But after a while, it's like, I kind of want to draw something different, though. And so that's why I've started doing these. Like, I did the sketchbook stream, and that was really fun. I just sketched random stuff, just whatever came to mind. And today I'm just drawing girlies. I like drawing cute girls. Sometime I'm sure I'll do like the boys, drawing the boys. I'll draw like some of my own fellas. I'll draw like Jotaro and Josuke from JoJo's. I'll draw frickin' Kamina from Gurren Lagann. Draw Inosuke from Demon Slayer. Maybe I'll draw like All Might or something. Just draw the boys, you know? That would be cool. You don't want to talk? No, I want to talk. I would like to, but my voice is tired, that's all. You get too hung up on drawing so that looks correct and the same, so they never grow as an artist. That's true. I try not to be like that. I like pushing myself. I've been doing it recently. I've been improving myself and trying new things. And it usually works. It's just sore. It's a little sore. I'm still getting accustomed to speaking for a long time. Like we discussed earlier, I've always been more the quiet type, so talking for a long time is new to me. Here, well now we're talking about, you mentioned like growing as an artist. Now I wanna exemplify. I wanna show how I've done it recently. Um, like go to Goji. Is he shaded? No. Why didn't I shade him? I don't know. This is like one of the last times that I flat shaded. Like if you look, it's just like smudge here, smudge here, smudge here, and over here, and it's just like flat shading. That's like cool. It's like fine. Professionals make it look nice. But eventually I started this. I started hatching instead. Very like manga style of shading. And I think it looks nice. Especially recently. Like if you look at these, the shading is very nice. I like the shading on these. Look at Power. Power looks so nice. I shaded her so well. I tried something new, and now I really like doing it. I have issues with people who get hung up on drawing original Cs. They have to be based on another IP, but they swear it's original. That's kind of true. There are like OCs I've made that I think, at least I think, are wholly original design-wise. Usually there's probably like there's like something that inceptualized it. There's like gotta be, but I think as long as I think I take the most pride when I can get as far away from source material though as possible. Millie, she wasn't really based off of anyone in particular. All I thought was, I want a character with button eyes. There's characters like that, like in Coraline, but that's not what I was thinking of when I wanted to make a character with button eyes. And then I extrapolated on the idea of like, well, why does she have the button eyes? What does that say about her character? What environment would she tend to be in if that's the way that she is? I'm also very open when the character I have is very derivative. Zoanna is very clearly like Harley Quinn coded. She's very Harley Quinn, yeah, Harley Quinn coded. She's very different. They're very different characters, but design-wise, I had Harley Quinn in mind. Of like playing cards sort of thing. She comes from like a circus. So it just kind of logically, my mind went to like the Joker, Harley Quinn, clowns. Gwen? I guess she wasn't based off anyone in particular, but when I was a teenager, I just took traits that I liked and made my like teenage dream girl. Or just like as when I was in school, I was like, I'd really like a girl with like red hair and green eyes. She would have freckles, and she likes animals, and she likes tech, like robots and machines. And that's cool. That's not like original ideas, but there is not another Gwen kind in media. See the guy who drew an original manga, but he just copied panels from Bleach? I have not seen that. I don't know. I've never heard of this. But Mel also, who I'm drawing right now, spoiler alert. I love Mel, but her story is very open about the fact that One Piece like entirely defined sort of her like story. Like it's not entirely derivative, but without One Piece, I don't think I would have even conceptualized Mel ever. Not to say I wouldn't have made another character with the name Melanie, or something, or Mel. But what Mel is wouldn't exist without One Piece. Certain story beats and elements of her lore came from different parts of One Piece. It's not full derivative of one particular thing from One Piece, but all of the big elements, they did come from One Piece. I am very open about that. There's nothing wrong with having a source that you were inspired by. Everything's like that. But let's be open about what that is. I was talking earlier about how I'm reading Berserk. That's because of Elden Ring and Dark Souls. Just because they took heavy inspiration from Berserk doesn't mean that those games are any worse. They're still some of the best games I've ever played. They're still my favorite games ever. Which is why I'm reading Berserk. Because I'm like, if this is where this came from, I would like to see where it came from. Is there an easy way that I could find this guy who just redrew Bleach panels? Like, is there a name that I can look up to find this guy? Because I'm curious now. I'm actually watching... I say that like I haven't really watched it in like a couple weeks, but I've been slowly working through Bleach on my brother's recommendation. I enjoy it. I don't think it's the best thing I've ever seen, but I think it's still enjoyable. There's vids about him on YouTube. Is there like a name that I can look for? Or do you think I could find him if I just looked up like guy who traced like Bleach panels? Guy artist traced Bleach panels. Oh, I see. Is that from their manga? That is literally just like entirely just Bleach. That's not even like derivative. That just looks like it's from Bleach. Huh. Crazy. Yeah, I see. I definitely found some stuff. That's crazy. Wear your inspirations on your sleeve, but like, how derivative can it be before it's like too derivative, you know? I have my own OCs from when I was younger that I was like, these are never going to see the light of day, and I'm never going to continue them because they're too derivative. Yeah, for shame. Why am I having such a hard time with this last one? Am I just tired? Is it just because I've been drawing for so long? That might be why. Does this look any better? I gave her a more mature looking face. Do you think her head is a bit too round, too young? Mel's in her like early 20s. Mel's like my age. I tend to write characters that are my age. Crazy. think she's only got one. Yes, one big one. This is Mel. This is what I'm using. Because Mel is still relatively new in my own canons, so I still need like references to remember how I even designed her. I love her though. Like I said, I took things from One Piece when I made her, but she's still entirely her own character. One Piece isn't the only thing that I took from, too, that I was inspired by in making this story. It's just the one that sort of made the foundations. Like I said, it wouldn't have been conceptualized without One Piece, but that doesn't mean that it's all just One Piece. I took the inception and made something new out of it. Mystery and the character that I'm going to be drawing with Mel right now are actually the ones that inspired her appearance, I think, even if subconsciously. Which is partly why I want to draw Mel with her right now. A character sheets are my main characters, but I've not worked on my comics since 2020 when I was on hiatus. One day I'd like to do this kind of thing professionally. That's the dream for me, is to be able to make money off of my own stories. That's the dream. Wrote a lot of short stories that could be used as scripts for future comics. That's cool. I love writing. I didn't know I liked writing so much, actually. I feel like I talk about One Piece too much, but it's just had such a... It's had that big of an impact on me, so I can't really help it. But if we're talking about, like, creative inspirations, I think One Piece is what really encouraged me to actually, like, continue writing a lot of my stuff. Like, the first story that I ever really, like, started putting time into writing, I don't think I would have thought it was even an idea worth pursuing, like, in any way critically if it wasn't for One Piece. And I was like, you know what? If One Piece can be successful, this can too. I used to do 25-page comics each month set in my creative universe. That's awesome. I love creatives. I love creativity. I found my love of writing because of my love of drawing. Like, I would conceptualize a character and then draw them. But then I would be interested enough in the character that I'm like, oh, what if I, like, world build them a little bit? And that also forces me to develop the universe. And then eventually it started happening so much, I have an entire, like, it's obviously not as planned out as One Piece, but it is like a One Piece scale, like, I know, like, everything about this universe. What happened to the music? Buffering? Are we good? Is stream still up? Like, I didn't lose internet, did I? Right. Please don't tell me I lost internet. This happened last night, where I lost internet. Okay, this one's playing. I don't know why the other one wasn't playing. That's weird. Anyway, as I was saying, the first story I started writing, it is like huge. It's expansive. And like every time I add to one thing, it kind of like ends up adding to something else, which I had already kind of vaguely connected it to. And so it really is like, it's pretty expansive. I've kind of impressed myself with how expansive it's gotten over the years. It has been years, which is why it's gotten so expansive. I ran into a lot of issues with choosing beggars and getting nasty DMs that forced me to go on hiatus. These cheap and nasty people couldn't keep their mouths shut and their hands off the keyboard. Yeah, you hate to see it. Greed will always be the destroyer of art. In some way or another. I see that Mitsuri and the other character I'm gonna draw inspired Mel's appearance. It's really just the pink hair and green eyes. Like everything else, I just had a vibe her in my mind. Like I knew the energy I want her to bring. She's just whimsical and joyful. She's on a quest to find her dad who disappeared. She was a bit younger. She was still a kid. But she loves him. And they had a very good relationship before he disappeared, which is why she wants to find him. Of course, the plot evolves from there. That's not the entire story. That's the broad strokes. Just wanted her to be whimsical and joyful, headstrong. She's got a little Luffy in her. She's very much about like making sure that people always have freedom of choice. Because I believe in freedom of choice. Whether I agree with your decisions or not, I believe you have the right to make them. And that's sort of the philosophy that I've poured into Mel. It's your God-given right to choose. I don't even say that in like a cringe, like patriotic way. I like literally, because of my faith, I believe it is a God-given right that you can make whatever choices you want, even if God Himself doesn't want you to make them. He gives you full permission to make them. It's your choice whether you want to do the things that He would like you to do. If He didn't want us to have free, if He just wanted us to mindlessly obey, He wouldn't have given us free will. But He gave us that choice. He would rather we choose to follow Him than force us to. So that's how I think about things. That's why I don't force my beliefs on other people either, because all that I would really care about is I don't know. As long as you know the weight of your choices, that's all that matters to me. Sorry, I should be reading chat. Them, you're not as good as blank Like, yeah, like top tier artists. You're not going to deserve to monetize your work. You should do it for free and be grateful anyone wants to look at it. But yeah, I still get to choose and have fun and keep drawing. Hell yeah. It's so pointless to compare, like, maybe not amateur, but like, it sounds like you're not like a established, like, professional artist, like making money off of the craft. So what's even the comparison? Like, that'd be like if someone said something like that to me. Well, no crap, I'm not as good as like Oda. Like, obviously I'm not making stuff as good as like One Piece. That's why I'm not making money off of it. I'd like to one day be like on that level where I'm that good and people praise my work and they compare and they use my work as like a goalpost. But that's something I have to work for. That's why I continue to draw. I draw like every day at this point. If I'm not dedicated to the cause, it's not gonna matter how much I want it. Those people were amateurs at some point too. They weren't always making money off of it. They didn't come out the womb making One Piece. Oh shoot, you dropped your laptop. Just wanted a little support to keep my site where I post on my main art, not to get rich. Exactly. Some people also don't want to be at that level. I'm not specifically looking to be like a famous, like, published artist either. I just want to make stories that are as impactful and beloved as the ones that I love. That's all I want. They may never reach the level of the things that I like, but I make them with the goal of getting to that point. And I think in doing so, they will get better. Because I pay attention to writing stuff. I follow channels that know a thing or two about writing on YouTube. When I engage in media myself, like I'm watching shows and stuff, I think about it from a writer's perspective and think about how would I have done this differently, or I don't know, like, hey, I should take a note of like this technique this author used, or like, wow, they did this and that really did a good job of like conveying this emotion, or the message the author was trying to make with this moment, like this scene or something. I like when authors are really, something in particular that I really like is when an author is good at symbolism, or using the events of a story to sort of make a moral proclamation. Like, as an example, two characters who have a very similar like story, maybe their origins are the same, but the actions that they take are different, and you see differences in the outcome of their story based off of the difference in their choices, which is the author's way of saying this choice is the right choice, or this choice would lead to such consequences that are different from this choice. That's really cool. I'd like to be able to write with that kind of mind. The early 2000s and the great webcomics, now it's all bloated with stuff like webtoons. We get nothing back and most of it goes to the site. Yeah, I think that's, like I said, greed kills creativity. We live in a time where it's easy to put stuff out, but it's at the cost of someone taking almost all of the profits because you owe them, I guess. Like, yeah, thanks for giving me a platform, but I don't like your attitude about it. Pee so bad again. I went through like I've gone through this bottle, this huge bottle, like twice through now. So the stream is consistent. I'll be right back. This is much better, by the way, than how it was looking earlier. I think I fixed it up. All right, let's do this. Let's finish this stream. Let's finish this piece so I can give my voice a break so that I can go get something to eat. Have a delicious meal after a great day and a great stream. This has been so relaxing for me. I didn't have to draw a single body. It was profiles all the way. That's my comfort zone. This is when I want to just relax while I'm drawing, is I just draw profiles. That was how I started. Need to get back to my murder mystery story, not gonna lie. I need names. See, I'm freaking corny. Like, I love freaking Ace Attorney and stuff. So if you ask me for names for something like that, they're gonna be campy and corny as hell. It's gonna be like, I can't think of anything off the top of my head, actually. But like puns and stuff, and they'll like play on words in the names. Like on Ace Attorney, their names are like Lotta Heart. What is the one chick's name? Her name's like Eenie Meenie or something. They got good names in Ace Attorney. Yeah, Chris P. Bacon is the kind of name that they would have in Ace Attorney. Read Skullduggery, Pleasant, or the City Watch books. Alright, we got Rex. For you murder story enjoyers. I really don't read. I probably should read a little more. It's just a matter of finding things that I want to read. Like, I have Berserk. Cool. But I don't even have all of it yet, and even when I do, what am I gonna do when I finish it? I don't know. Probably not read. Till I can get, like, the One Piece... Start collecting, like, the One Piece manga. You know how much money it would require to obtain all of the One Piece manga at this point? Like, my gosh. really, every time I've drawn Mel recently, it's been with the varsity jacket look that I had the one time, but I really liked that. I was a big fan of that look. I liked the way that I drew it. It was really like chunky. It was like, well, I just think I did a good job with it that one time. I'm kind of chasing that. Oh, that was pretty good. Let me do that again. I have One Piece up to volume 89. That's still not bad. That's a lot. It's a lot of volumes. Like, ignoring how many more there are, that's a lot. Man, she's so pretty. She's so cute. She's just a fun protagonist. She's a protagonist made for me, by me, and I think she's pretty neat. There's a great detective manga called MDP Psycho about them trying to catch a serial killer and a guy that suffers multiple personality syndrome. That's crazy that I cannot, like, the number of times I've seen like split personality in like a murder scenario. That's funny. That's like such a huge trope. I like this split personality thing too. Like, it's not a dig. That's like Zoe's whole thing. Zoanna is like that. Was Kane in stream today? I've seen Kane. Kane's been around. I can never tell when people like pop in and pop out, or they pop in and then they're like doing something in the background, so they're not chatting. So I never know if they're like still here or if they're um or not. So I just don't assume. But I did see Kane. Kane was here at some point. You know, Kane's always writing their world. They're always world building. And I like to see it. There's a quirk of cutting the tops of people's heads and planting flowers in their brains. That's kind of cool. That's pretty sick. It's a nice calling card. It's the kind of thing that makes me think there's probably some like deeper meaning to that that'll get revealed. And that's always cool. That's always fun. Shame I gotta ask my grandma if she's gonna make oatmeal. Grandmother, I desire the oats, grandmother. Have you any plans, grandmother, to prepare the oats? Is that like a signature dish of your grandmother's? Would you consider that like a signature dish? Is there a different one? When I think of my grandma cooking, it's always eggs. Which isn't like super unusual, but just as literally as long as I can remember, she's always like prepared eggs for us before we're even awake. Like you wake up and you smell them. Because she's already got them cooking. I'm starting to think about it. I'm wondering maybe I always wake up because I would always wake up because I could smell them. So it was like clockwork. I don't think it's ever really that like she made them and then I woke up a while later. It was like being prepared when I was getting out of bed. Interesting. Tacos sounds bus. Tacos are so gas. I love Mexican food. Chinese food and Mexican food are the goats. The two places I visit more than anywhere else is always Taco Bell and whatever the like local Chinese food place is. I ain't doing none of that like fast food like frickin' Panda Express fast food Chinese bull crap. I'm getting the authentic experience from a local place. That's probably like family owned. Because someone in their family line like came to the country like years ago. And you know that that food is gonna be so good. It's become a tradition. I get Chinese like once a week. The price of food is getting quite silly. That's another reason I go to Taco Bell so much. Because I can get a satisfactory meal, like amount of food for myself, like personally. I can get a satisfactory amount of food for very little money over there. Even if it's just one meal, it's still more than I'd get anywhere else. Like you spend like $4 getting like 3 cheesy bean and rice burritos. I'm good. Like I'm going comatose after that. Like those make me sleepy and satisfied. I'm full and I can go to sleep. That's what I'm getting after stream, probably. Alright, finally time. Last edition. It is very true, food's going crazy. Things are way too expensive. I live on rice and beans, saving for a house. I would totally live off of rice and beans too. My kind of go-to meal is like that I can make pretty easily It doesn't cost too much regularly to maintain, is just like chicken and broccoli. It's very good for you. It's very easy to make. Admittedly, I probably don't make enough for it to really be like a proper like amount of food. Like, it's definitely not the only thing that I should be eating that day. But if I could afford more portions, it'd be like the perfect meal. $42, retiring age 55. I have $100K in the bank and bought a cabin off grid. Good for you, man. I'm doing my best to make retiring like a viable life choice. It would be nice if someone would hire me. It'd be nice if I could have work. For now, all I can do is apply and stream. That's kind of all that I do. And DoorDash to make the ends meet. This is kind of what my life looks like right now. Deep sleep from my experience. I don't even you're quoting something, I bet. I don't know what it is. And they'll give extra oats to one of us for taking them into the shed of no return. What the heck? To me, the oats you reached the desired. Oh. Hey Zion, how's it going? I haven't heard from you in a while. On vacation, nice. What'd you do? Where'd you go? Maldives and Myanmar? I don't know what that means. Or is this like a song, Kitty Cats? About oats? About being fattened up with oats? The whole brother What? That's like from the meme? There's all of that involved? Wow. I didn't know that. That's crazy lore. Alright, we're getting somewhere. Every night I text my friend good night breakfast because she sent me some video of game characters saying that. Because they ate the other person's lady? Like a woman? Cannibalism? Yeah. Oh. Sacrifice. Interesting. Okay, and then I demand you to draw Mambo. What is Mambo? Is that a cute girl? Because I'm only drawing cute girls tonight. I'm almost done. This is the last one that I'm planning to draw. Is these two? These two pink-haired little friends here. I'm talking about. That's the one I was trying to make a video on. Oh, okay. Who is this? What are they from? Well, I don't think I'll find her if I just look up Mambo. Do you have more you can give me? I don't know that I can. My arm is so tired. If I did, she would be really small. I'd probably do a really small one like the toga that I did. If I can see a picture of her, I'll decide. I'll probably do it. She'll just be a little one. Mambo meme. Who is this? What is she from? Is this an Uma Musume? That's what I'm getting from this. It's one of them horse girls everyone's talking about. Okay, I'm gonna do a little one like that, like the toga down there, hiding in the corner. Real quick. Someone friend the whole script to Brother May have some oats. Oh my. What a text to receive. I'm doing it right now, Zion. Don't you worry. Them horse girls. I knew it. Time said, "Oh my gosh, the Taco Bell that's close to me is gonna be closed soon. If it's not already." Thank you, Zion. I listen, when I'm drawing a girl, I like when they look cute. What can I say? I'm a simple guy. Is a cute girl? I'm like, wow, she's cute. That's all that I've done tonight is draw some cute girls. And it's been freaking awesome. She certainly is a meme from what I'm seeing on my little search here. This is one of them Uma Musume's, right? This is one of them horse girls. One of them racing girls that I've heard so much about. See, you're tempting me. I'm trying to end stream, but I do kind of want to. I should have drawn Miku already. I don't know why I haven't already drawn a Miku. Miku I can do so fast. You're right. I want to do Miku. So I'm going to add a Miku as well. She's going to be kind of a little Miku. There's not much that I like more than Natsune Miku. Drinking water away from me. I'll review before I shut down stream. Once I finish Anya. This is a Miku from memory. I hear something. Hear what? A cat? There tend to be a lot of those wherever you're at. fucking dog or something. I bring the dog outside. It's about a Miku, if ever there was one, I think. I must have gotten pretty good at drawing Miku if I did it that fast. She's beautiful. Okay, I have to finish. For my own sake, we gotta end this stream. So I gotta draw Anya. No, and there's no stopping me. She's getting drawn. Ponyo in the next stream? Ooh, Ponyo's a good one. I like Ponyo. I might forget though, so if you're not there to remind me, it might not happen. Next stream though is gonna be y'all telling me what to draw, so if someone tells me to draw Ponyo, I will draw Ponyo. If I remember though, I'll do it. Sasuke with Ponyo. He's so cute, oh my gosh. Super hungry? Me too. I'm going to eat after this. I'm going to get me some Taco Bell. And I'm going to freaking chow down. I'm going to put on some YouTube, eat some Taco Bell, have a good time. She's so cute. Oh my gosh. Can we get more girls with pink hair, please? Waiter, I would like more girls with pink hair and green eyes in my media. Send a chick boom. Okay. You know what? I gave you guys song recs this stream, so who am I to turn down one given to me? Like right now? I can't do it right now or I'm gonna get copyright struck. I can't do it on stream. Or YouTube will not be happy. Unless it's from like a video game, I probably can't listen to it, so. Yeah, I got you. I'll do it after stream. You can't eat cats, Kevin. Or Mitski. Any of them are good. You have sung the praises of Mitski before. They're so cute. They're both so cute. Gosh. What did you say I didn't hear? Oh, don't mind me. I'm just overwhelmed in positive emotions right now. Dang, I don't know if I have time to listen to all this music, guys. I'll do what I can. Oh, my eyes hurt. Ugh. Oh, what I said, kitty cats, was I've heard you mention Mitski before. You've sung their praises before, so. They must be pretty good. Apologies, apologies. Her girl looks like Anya's mother. Well, the reason I drew them together is because Mel's features I picked because of Anya. Anya and another character that I drew earlier both have pink hair and green eyes, and that's what I wanted this character to have. So I thought it was only right that I draw the two together. We all know who Anya's mother is. It's frickin' Yor. Who else? It simply couldn't be anyone else. If they met, you would think they were sisters or something. That's my headcanon anyway. Yeah, this was a longer one, Kane. I wasn't expecting it to be this long either. You do have permission to leave, Zion. You don't need my permission to leave. You leave if you want to. I'm about done, so if you want to leave, you can do that. I just wanted to draw these two together before I was done. Create the religion of the sacred bread. I just need to work on some doctrines and some practices. Make some pred an anime girl for Kane next stream. Hey Pancakes, this is the perfect time to pop in and say hi, because I'm done. That's it. I'm freaking tired. I need to eat. I just wanted to draw these two pink-haired cuties together. All right. Let me. I'll show off what I did first, and then we're done. Thumbnail. I drew Zoe, who's one of mine. Daisy from Mario. Baby 5, she's from One Piece. First page was just kind of whatever. I drew Millie because I like her a lot. She's one of mine. Power. Power came out really nicely. I'm still very happy with how Power came out. Yeah, the theme today was anime girlies, so. And I was recommended Kalidas, and she looked really cool, so I drew her. I added these three later, just because people had a few requests that I liked. Got these three. Gwen's one of mine too. Mitsuru's one of my favorite Demon Slayer characters. And then Robin, very good One Piece character. I wanted to draw at least one proper render of a One Piece character. So I have Nami on the board back there, but you can barely even see her. And finally we got the pinkies. So anyway, thanks for hanging out with me, guys. Sunday will be regular requests. Thursdays just kind of be whatever I feel like, I think. Sometimes I might do requests, sometimes I might just free draw like this. But we'll be doing requests on Sundays as always. It's been a pleasure. All the links are in the description. You know them, the Discord, Instagram and X if you want to, Instagram, X, and Bluesky if you want to see the art afterwards. There's Ko-Fi if you want to support me with a little bit, and otherwise the best way to support me is just keep interacting with the channel. So yeah, good night everyone. Peace, love, and all that good stuff. Keep your whimsy, and God bless you all. Adios.